Testing. Welcome to episode 504 of Beauty Magazine. Hold on. There was some buffering going on over there. We may or may not be back live yet. Because now YouTube wants to play its games. So, we're picking up after the previous episode. The internet decided to cut out on me on both computers, so that was an internet issue that caused that stream to end. That's usually what ends my streams, but lately my computer's been crashing too. But, you know, whatever the case, if for whatever reason a stream ends and I didn't say I was ending it and didn't say bye, well, keep an eye on the comments of that video. In this case, I was able to get on my phone and type something in the comments on my phone because it still had enough internet, you know, because it could pick up internet from like other houses or something because it's a cell phone. But anyway, I did write in the comments of the previous stream that the internet had come out and I will try to start this stream as soon as possible. So, here we are. But the computer has had crashes lately too, so that's another reason I'm going to have to get it when I get a chance. I'm going to have to get it over to Micro Center where I bought it from and check and see if the hard drive or whatever it is still under warranty. Because I did buy the extra warranty type stuff, but I don't remember exactly what I got and if it covers, the hard drive failing. I mean, I'd assume it would, but I was gonna just switch over to my newer computer and play the games and do the streams on there. But it turns out I don't have an actual graphics card in that computer, which is why the games don't want to work. So, in order to get a really good one, it's going to cost me like $600 or more. Or take the one out of this computer and put it in that computer. But there's that whole messing around with your computer and then trying to go get it worked on type thing where I don't want to void the warranty because I messed with it. I don't know if that happens. If I open up the laptop and mess around with it, am I going to void the warranty? You know how that fine print is. I've never tried to take a computer back like that before. So, anyway, we were looking. Oddly enough, I did not find the picture I was looking for. I was trying to look for a picture of my shears, my purple shears, and we were looking at all the history of me working at the salon, because that's what we were seeing, and then the internet cut out, and I never did come across the picture that I was actually looking for. Let me try one more time here. I like this better. I'll be able to see it if I can see it. If it's in here, I'll be able to see it. Unlike them other versions. Oh, see this lady here? She came to me. She wanted me to remove this. I went online to some Facebook groups and asked what I should use for this particular product, and they recommended something, and I got it out. So this lady had green hair, but she didn't after that. And then this is more of me. I think this is the same lady. Maybe not. This is after COVID, so not the one from a minute ago, but same as somebody else, one of my regulars. But I was trying out some new techniques that I had learned from that Jamie Dana that I had mentioned. At least I think I mentioned her because the internet went out. But I was trying some new techniques and stuff, and damn, did I do that? Yeah, I did some curls. Sure did. But I didn't get to do curls very often, so I didn't get to practice styling afterward either. You know, when I did some, I got a little bit of practice. Oh yeah, this is this one again that I was trying to get a brand that would work on her and on anybody. You know, and here it is again where it's like, you know, they just don't want to cover everywhere. No matter how much I work them in and I'm not sure if this is before or after. I mean, it could be this lady. Could be whoever this is. I mean, maybe that's who it is. But she's wearing a different shirt. That always, you know, when they would change shirts on me and stuff, I'd be like, damn it. I go to look through my photos and I'm like, who's that again? Is that the same person? Oh yeah, she did. She changed her shirt. I remember now. Okay, now I remember. I was sitting upstairs. They had gone on their cruise or whatever, and I had to sit in between them because this one would keep going over and trying to pounce on mine. But I was trying to stay upstairs and be on my laptop up there. I was mirror shopping. That was the day that I went and signed the lease to become a salon owner. Now, I had signed a lease to have the building. I still had to have, and here's where I had the front door all taped off and everything because I was supposed to be closed, but the other two jokers didn't want to listen to me. But I'm like, look, I'm supposed to be closed. When you change licenses from one owner to another, it is considered a new salon, a new business, and until state board comes and checks me out, we're not supposed to be doing shit in here. But they didn't want to listen to me. I'm glad I didn't get caught doing that beforehand. You know. Thankfully, that's the only bad thing that happened before the other bad thing. I was trying to come up with my outside sign to put on the building. This was a mock-up. To at least put something in the window, at least. Oh, yeah, I smashed my soul. I think this was the other car while I was there. I'm like, okay, well, that looks like the one that I hit, so I might as well go get some, in case I get hauled into court, get some pictures of both cars. Even though it's my fault. It still helps to have some evidence, you know? Good or bad. Before, after. A little bit of a oops. Or something. Maybe it just wasn't combed. Well, it's not so much an oops, but as I was trying to mention, depending on what direction you got the foils, that's how the hair falls. You know, it might have looked great on the other side and not as great over here because of the direction I had the foils in there. I'm purposely not talking about certain people in these photos. This is the picture I was looking for. My purple shears. But yeah, I'm not talking about my girlfriend. My ex. Basically, I had to get away from her and let her have her life without me, because had I stayed with her, I'd probably still have the life I have right now, but it'd be ruining her life. And I don't want to be blaming her for me failing, and it wouldn't have been fair to her. That's probably what would have happened. You know, I was struggling too much. In my mind, when I went to school and all that, I had this path I was trying to be on. It's like, okay, go back to school, get my license, get into a salon, get my own place to live. Then, once I've got things going well, maybe then I'll meet somebody. No. I ended up, one of my co-workers from the grocery store, from my first grocery store, introduced me to her from the other store. And one thing leads to another, and I'm driving her to work because her car's broke down, and then I'm not going to the salon as much, or I'm not getting there until like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, making it harder for me to book people when I'm already struggling to book people. Then she finally gets another car. Then COVID hits. Everything's shut down. I'm driving her back and forth to work again because she's thinking that her the second vehicle has now broke down again. It turned out somebody had cut the catalytic converter off her car, and it was making loud noises, scaring her into thinking the engine was going to blow on that minivan. And she did, and that was like in March, and she parked it, and COVID hit, so it was okay. I had time to drive her to her job and then go to my job. But when June hit or whatever, and we're opening up again, and I can get back out to the salon, she's still thinking, I've got all this time to hang around with her, and I can't move in with her because I have a dog and her apartment don't allow him, and until I get the money to be able to help her afford a new place to move in together, I can't move. So all that stress, all that stuff, and I can't get my act together, and I can't get out to the salon, and now COVID's over, and she's asking me, so when's your day off? I don't have one. I work at the grocery store, and then the 2 days off I do have, I got to go to the salon to catch up on all these appointments of the people who didn't say forget you. And she just wouldn't understand that. It's like, I need you to understand. I'm not trying to work at the grocery store the rest of my life like you are. And I'm like, look. I was not falling in love with her. That's the bottom line. I was not falling in love. I was too busy hating on myself to be able to love her. I can't, I can't love her or anybody in that way when I'm feeling miserable every day because my life's gone to shit. Other than having her in my life had went to shit. Every time I try to do something happens, and I can't do what I need to do. And I was not going to get to the point where I'm blaming her for it. It wasn't her fault. It's not her fault that we were going to lunch. So, we went to lunch. We ate food. It was causing my credit cards to fill up. I had meant for those credit cards to be for buying salon supplies. So I could have retail, so to have giveaways, to do something to try to promote my damn business. And instead, I'm spending like $1,000 on fast food. I can't be doing that. you can't do that. And then driving her back and forth and getting her home, and then it's already like, by the time I get, it's like it never failed. If she got off at 8:30 or 9, it's still not until 11 o'clock that we're getting her back to her place. Then we got to have time to maybe watch a movie or something. And then I'm getting home at like 2 a.m. And I got to get home, let my dog out. Her apartment didn't allow dogs, so I couldn't just move in. I wasn't leaving my dog behind. I wasn't going to do it. I had done it before. I temporarily moved out thinking it was a long-term move out. And, but then my mom was still home to take care of the dog. And I was miserable the whole time because I was away from my dog. I was going back and forth, going home. I got to go get my mail. I got to go do this. And, driving 15 miles back and forth. And that's one way that I ended up out at that salon, 15 miles away, because I moved in one of the clients I had, her and her family. They took me in because, I was dealing with stuff at home that was going to cause me to have to leave. And I ended up leaving. But then I had to come back. That deal fell through with them, and I couldn't live there anymore. And just every time I thought I was getting somewhere, something derailed it. And I wasn't gonna, I wasn't gonna be able to stay with her. And realizing that no, I'm not falling in love with her. No, I'm not. When I'm laying next to her, trying to sleep, her bed's killing my back. I can't. And then I'm stuck sleeping on my side, which hurts. And at home, when I was at home, I was sleeping on a caved-in futon. So it's like, yeah, good, I can lay on an actual bed for a change. But then I'm stuck sleeping on my side, and it hurts. So, just one of them things, it's like, even when I'm with her, I'm still miserable. And I'm just gonna, I'm gonna blame her for everything, and I can't do that. It's not her fault. It's not her fault that I'm being an asshole. And it's just I had to get away from her before I actually started blaming her and being an asshole even more. I was trying to be the responsible one. It's like, no, I am not financially stable, mentally stable enough to be in this relationship. It's not going to end well. I'm just an a-hole. Yeah, I'm just an a-hole. I am a whole a-hole. Damn, that was low. Frickin' rain. Woe is me. Right? It's my woe is me tale. Isn't it nice how I say I'm not going to talk about something and I end up talking about it anyway? Happens every damn time. So I'm not going to talk about that. Blah, 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 blah. I guess I talked about it. Yeah, basically what I mean by everything with that is we could have been the best of friends, but dummy me ruined it by saying, "Oh, let's become boyfriend girlfriend," and I'm the one that screwed that up. Now, there wasn't anything going on that would have led to anything because I wasn't, I. When it comes to things like that, I don't want to say it this way. I'm too much of a gentleman to try to get in bed with somebody right away. But it's one of those things where it's like I am not doing that with somebody unless it's for real. If I'm gonna be in bed with somebody doing that stuff, it better be for the right reasons, or I'm not doing it. And because of that, and because I've never met anybody besides her and one other, I've never. It's not happened. I came really close to doing that. I mean, hey, the clothes were off. We were fooling around, but because of the way that moment was happening, I said, no, look, no, I'm going to stop this. This is not how this is supposed to go. And I didn't go further. I was not going to do it that way. That was not going to be my memory of it. I'd rather have no memory of doing anything than doing it wrong and screwing up my life. And so here it is. I'm 50 years old and going for the Guinness Book of World Records of being a damn virgin. Maybe I should put that on my channel. 50-year-old virgin plays video games. I get a lot of people watching then, right? Now, who cares that he's a hairdresser? Who cares that he's fat? Who cares that he works at a grocery store? We're here because he's a 50-year-old virgin. Is he trying to get a date or anything? No. But he's 50 years old and he's a virgin. What a pitiful piece of crap. How dare he? How dare he not force himself upon a woman just so he could stop being a virgin? The hell is wrong with him? We gotta hook him up. We gotta get him just any random bimbo that's willing to, quick, get somebody on, was it Tinder or OnlyFans to just take one for the team. The problem with that is I don't want somebody else's used goods. I want the person I was supposed to meet and fall in love with. And unless I find that, I'm not doing it. That's the bottom line. If I'm 90 years old, finally met my angel, and finally about to try it for the first time, and then, I die afterward, then at least that's right. But I am not fooling around with somebody. I am not woo-hooing unless it's meant to be. Somebody that I could actually marry. And if that's not a good standard, I don't know. Has nothing to do with religion, has nothing to do with anything else, except I'm not doing that unless this person would be willing to marry me. And if I were still young enough, have my child. I'm not young enough to have children anymore. My biological clock is over. Yeah, sure, I could meet somebody who's young enough to have a child, but I ain't doing that. I don't want a child now, or I'm having a hard time coming to terms with getting a dog because a dog might outlive me. I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm 50 years old and a virgin, because those are my standards. If it's not somebody I could marry and that would be willing to marry me, I'm not touching them. I'm not touching them in that way. Maybe if I was still younger, maybe I could have thought that person was the one and actually felt actual love and done the thing under certain circumstances that, because, shit happens. And then maybe afterward been, not who I thought it was, but I wasn't willing to. When the moment came and I had somebody in front of me that was at that moment my fiance. I had asked and she had said yes, but the way that us ending in that bed happened was not supposed to be the way it was going to go. We were there out of spite after arguing with her dad, well, technically her grandfather, who was raising her. And we were in that hotel bed where I had booked the room and she wasn't supposed to even be involved. And I'm trying not to go through that whole story, but I was not going to have sex with her to spite her grandfather. That wasn't happening. I was really close to doing so, but I stopped myself. It's like, no, this is not how this is going to happen. You know, and if there was going to be a kid coming from that, that's not how the story was going to go. Oh yeah, I was really pissed at your great grandfather, and you know, you were conceived. You know, it was not going to be screw him telling me what I can and can't do, and then you're here. You have a grandchild. You happy now? You know, I don't treat women as my property to start with. And you know, I just, hey, I'm a story maker. I want my story to go the way I want it to, or I'm not going to do it. You know, when it doesn't turn out the way I expected, well, it sucks and I'll deal with it. But when there are things that are in my control, I'm going to control them. Now, I was only 24 at that time. Maybe had a child, and she had just turned 20. You know, at least I was still young enough to make decisions on what kinds of jobs and stuff to get to take care of the kid and pay for the kid, and, you know, whether we're together or not. But I still was not going to do that. If we had just had, you know, plans to go and get away and get a hotel room and whatnot, and one thing led to another, and a baby was conceived, then yeah, we would have worked it out. But I was not gonna conceive that baby under the wrong circumstances. You know, like I said, I'm not conceiving a baby to spite somebody's father or grandfather. I'm not doing that. And you know what else? if you're doing tattooed engagement rings, this 80s channel, this radio channel I'm listening to, the guy is talking about, you know, couples are going for getting tattooed rings instead of actual rings. And one of the things about that is you could be you know, the whole like blood diamonds from Africa and stuff. The slaves are having to go get them damn diamonds and stuff, and they're getting sold. And so, if you're getting a tattoo instead of spending money on those, you're not doing that stuff. You're not causing that slavery. You know, that would be a tattoo. Again, in this situation that I'm mentioning, that would be something I don't want any other tattoo, but now hopefully these couples are staying together, though, because okay, you're doing that. Yeah. I can just see it now, though, if I were to ever say something like that, you know, be that as my channel. 50-year-old virgin plays video games. All the fucking trolls would be all over this damn chat. Oh, you loser, blah, blah, blah. And they'd be using all their different names to keep coming in and harass me. It's like, you know they would. You know. One of these, yeah, that's one thing that I would do, because I'm a nice guy, is I do some entrapment. You know, set up a channel where I could purposely set myself up as somebody for these a-holes to come try and pick on, just for the sole purpose of reporting them to YouTube, so that they're not going on other people's channels. That's if YouTube does anything about it. Because it doesn't work if YouTube's not doing anything about it. You know, if I report somebody for bullying and crap like that and they don't get kicked off of YouTube, well, there's no point to it then. Okay, we got one missing here. There she comes. All right. Okay. Over you, I know I will. My heart still beating. No more tears for you. I'm the king of wishful thinking. Over you, know I will. Damn it! Get me to the top of this freaking page. It would help if I wrote guitar the right way. Okay. Daryl Sturmer. Sorry, I was lost in a moment, trying to figure out who played guitar on Billy Don't Lose My Number. So I thought maybe it was kind of sounding like David Gilmour again, but it's not him. Well, I still got all that from having to stock up. Well, so far doing this seems to have cured the glitch, because they can't stand there. Thank you. Thank you, Jan. I'm gonna go mess with my microwave. I'm in the process of getting dinner ready. I'm gonna get my coffee warmed up and stuff if I need to. So I'll be back in a minute. We're gonna leave it like this though, because there's no, me pausing this game at this point is just taking time away that I need. You know. Yeah, I gotta get some more warm water for my feet. If you weren't watching the previous stream, I am soaking my feet. So, because I haven't done it in 2 weeks and I need to. You know, there's things that I wish I could do. That maybe someday I will. I wish I'm not in the right body. That's for starters. You know, I wish I could be some pretty lady doing hair, and not me that even at my best looking, I don't want to be me. But I'm not doing anything about that because I'd still be me in this body, wearing a different body, even if I had the best plastic surgeon and all that. I've had enough plastic surgery in my damn life. It's the same reason why I've never fixed my face from having my cleft lip and palate and all that. It's like, no. Not for, like for 18 years I had that little bit of nose missing, and all that. I'm like, no. I'm not changing it. This is who I was for 18 years. I'm not changing. I may not look in the mirror that much, but I'm not changing the face that's going to be in it. But anyway, that's besides the point. But I would love to be a channel where I, set up a mannequin head on a tripod or something and do hair cutting things. The problem is, all the assholes out there that would have to make negative comments, first of all, the stylists that would come on the channel, like, you're not doing this, that, or the other thing right. You're holding this wrong. You're not texturizing enough. You're not doing that. What a chunky looking this or that. Instead of me just enjoying the process and showing a before and after of a mannequin head, I'd have to deal with the comments. I'd be more busy I'd have to have a freaking moderator in the chat if I was doing it live with a chat. But then you have to deal with the hair fetishers too. You're not cutting it short enough. Why don't you get the whatchamacallit, get the clippers out. She needs to have a boy cut. And the other thing is where I'm at doing that stuff. And hello, Freebird. Yes, you are right. I should just do it, and one of these days I might. Of course, I will start a second channel for that. I mean, actually, when I was in the bathroom a minute ago, I was getting water, not the other thing, but I was thinking about how I'm not sure where I've got these pictures. Of course, right now it sucks because I threw out all my good mannequins. All I've got left is the crappy, cheap ones that I bought. I mean, at least I still have them, but They're good for cutting, but then again, they suck. They got the fishing line hair. Damn it! I didn't want to go. Well, technically, I did want to go there, but that's where the pictures are. But I mean, hey, I might have been showing my real name. I don't know. Like it matters. All right, let me get as far back here as I can. Hello, like, hello, give me a. Can I? Yes, thank you. Okay, that was my hair. Did I get a picture of when I did my nails? For the first time in a long time. I mean, nothing special, but that was fun. It was fun until that asshole. Not that it was necessarily my nails, but he was being an asshole to my coworker and her boyfriend. And so I had to call the damn cops. Well, I didn't call the cops. My client did, because he was acting like an asshole in front of her. Walked into the damn salon like he's going to... She always had these loser boyfriends that, you know, were going to... They were always having WrestleMania. And I wasn't going to have it at the salon. You know, he walked in there acting like he's going to snatch her by the neck or something. And I had to tell him, you are not going to be doing this here. What are you going to do about it, nail polish boy? And so my client was calling the cops. You're doing this shit in front of my client and her child. It's not going to happen here. I could see that she was calling the cops. Or at least texting. She was texting her sister, who is also one of my clients, to tell her to call the cops. But anyway, that was the last time I painted my nails. But, I mean, even if I just, had a camera up, like my phone, tilted towards my hands and not me on the camera, like, here, I'm painting my nails. Enjoy. But, I mean, I just... I don't feel like myself unless I'm doing what I was supposed to do. And no matter what, I can't do that unless I get my own place. Because I have that roadblock living upstairs that keeps getting in my way every time I try. Just gotta pay off a couple more credit card things and stuff and look into my options. Oh, this is the apron that my client bought me. When I told her that it was the first day she was in my chair, but I'm like, I can't find a purple apron like this because I was wearing the pink leopard print. So she was on Amazon, and next thing I know, I've got that apron. I feel bad because Not. I mean, well, there's one that keeps popping up here of an ASMR or whatever, where the lady cut a wig, and the title literally says, you know, a truly bad haircut. Of course, just as I'm looking now, it's not going to pop up. You did, you know what? You did actually click on it. This one here. No, stop. I wanted to go to the channel. Yes. But, of course. Does she like it? Yes. Well, it's a, it was a wig. But look. Yes, truly extremely bad haircut. Because someone's just gotta say it. Now that may be somebody nicely agreeing with her, not telling her she's a piece of crap or anything. But yeah, I had a wig that I didn't use, so I gave it a haircut, you know. But hey, all isn't. Hey, I used to say I used to say I'm never going to show my face on camera. Well, never say never. I say that and then I showed my most vulnerable version of, because I said screw it. That's what I'm missing. When I quit my job and was going back to school, there was my name again. That's what I was doing. I purged all the negativity, and I was like, screw it all. I'm gonna get through school. I don't care what everybody thinks of me. Blah 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 blah. And that's what I had to do. I wore frickin' updos and crap going to school. I posted daily photos of how I was wearing my hair to my Facebook, and people were into it. I had a journal. I journaled it. Where's my journal? Um, There, if anybody wants to bookmark that. This is actually a combination of this journal about going back to school and everything that I was doing, and then before the new journal, I pasted my old journal from 2000. And, let's see, July. I'm doing my hair every day. Or my nails. I'm wearing my apron. I got my toes done. Oh, yep. I did the other male student's pedicure as my first pedicure, but he didn't want to reciprocate and do mine, so the teacher did mine. So that's my pedicure from the teacher. And then we were practicing on each other, so somebody did mine. And I had a bit of a shoelace thing going on. Okay, somebody. Wait, I did. Okay. A student name with a name starting with S did mine. So that's another person did that. Ah, yes, my beard and bun. That's a man bun. Okay? Enough of this other man bun crap. That's a man bun. Ah, here. My first ever attempted nail art. Using like a Q-tip or something. I did that at home. Oh. I originally had my shoes, I had a different pair of shoes with purple and green laces. But because the dress code was supposed to be white and black, I braided some white and black ones. Because I needed to practice my braiding. These were the ones that I had done after I quit the job, but before I started school. Well, it's a small version. Did my own. Well, I never really got a chance to really practice more than that, but. And then I started doing the roller sets at home. This was at home what I did because I was practicing. Oh yeah, my that thing. What did I do? I made 2 ponytails. Then pinned them up, I guess. And then use some bobby pins. Basically, I threw something together and put bows on it. Oh, that was one of their mannequins that we were doing something on. Oh, the store had the Farm Rich cheese curds marked down for some reason. Which, even though the box says don't cook them in a microwave, hey, it's a cheese curd. Okay? What's the worst that's going to happen? The bread's going to get cooked and the cheese is melted. I mean, unless there's eggs in the bread batter, you know, all I have is the microwave. I mean, I have the Foreman if I use it. I have an electric frying pan, but it's, as usual, under the sink in the cabinet, so I forget that I've got it. And then, of course, and going to the mall was part of the thing, too. The mall was across the street. There was a place I could go to try to hand out cards, because this school gave us tools like cards and pamphlets and... Well, you just, if it says something like that, well, I'm going to have to cook it for like 9 minutes in this microwave to make it hot anyway. It's going to get cooked. Oh, I took yesterday's braid and then scrunchied it. I mean, yesterday back then, not these days. Oh, and then I did a braid in 3 minutes, and somehow it came out nice, because I was running late to get to school. What am I gonna do with my hair? Oh, you weren't, were you here the other day when Stu was around? We we were oh, there's my song with the lyrics. I would play this and the Dare song when I was on breaks. Um or that is Dare. The Touch is the other song. But it's like, when I was on break and I know we had the difficult thing to do afterward and I was listening to my song. The problem is when I got into the salon, I wasn't doing this stuff. I by then I was in such a I gotta get money mode to get the hell out here and get a place and pay my rent and I lost who I was in school a bit, and I was trying to get it back, and it just you know just didn't quite. It's still in there. It's in there, but I'm getting older now. And with the way the country is currently, there's no way in hell I'm going out there. I didn't realize there was that many assholes out there. You know, I'm thankful I don't live in one of them other states right now. Oh yes, I actually used my hair sticks when I was on the back around 2004. There was people on the long hair forum that made hair sticks, and I ordered some from somebody. So those were hair sticks I had made. And my teacher said that to me. She had this way of every once in a while. She was tough on me and stuff, and we had our we had our days when I had to put her in her place because she was acting too much like my previous teachers, and it's like, okay, I know you miss doing the haircutting, but I asked you for help, and I need to do the haircut. I just want to know where the guide is. Let me do the haircut. And then when that incident happened a few weeks later with Miss Dolores, she's the one that was helping me when I had to stop because I was cutting the hair and back too short. And she came over and said, hey, okay, it's a happy accident. We'll just do this and that. And from every haircut I did ever after that, I was confident. And oh, I believe this may or may not be something that I got with a book. I might have bought it at Claire's and I might have got it in a book, but one of my first times messing with that. Oh. I was trying to do this like a picture. Well, whatever. Oh yeah. More of my nail art. Yeah. Gotta think out of the box sometimes. Oh. The principal lady, the campus manager, used me as a demo. So I couldn't see what she was doing because I was in the chair. But oh, and then pin curls and finger waves. I bought these from somebody local. I bought them from the town of New Haven. And Barbara here, I renamed her Miss B. Haven. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My pom-poms. And then I did my nails to match my pom-poms. And this was before I went and saw Frozen. I was already in my let it go mode. Oh, man. I could have took on the whole damn world. I mean, I literally, that's why I had to quit my job when I had it in my mind that I was going to quit or go back to school, not necessarily quit, that whole week trying to work, I I don't know if I had allergies or back then I was still cutting the lawn and I had sucked in the bag thing is in the back and as usual I had sucked in dirt and crap, so I was like doing a lot of coughing for like a couple of weeks there, and now I'm going to work and I'm like, I've never experienced the cloud nine that I was feeling that week. I could not feel my feet. I was rushing back and forth in that store, you know, like Tasmanian devil speed, but I could not feel my feet. And I wasn't hurting at all, but I was coughing. And it was scaring me like, I'm gonna end up in the hospital because I'm overdoing it with this coughing going on. I don't know if I'm like coming down with pneumonia or what, but I'm gonna be out of breath. And when I at the product store, one of the people I went to elementary with was the manager, and she suggested that I give this C&D Vinyl X polish a try. And it was good for for that anyway. Oh, and then for the first time ever, I got rid of my facial hair, including my mustache. That's pretty much what I do these days. I don't think I had. Did I use a razor? And I'm gonna warn anybody who's not in the chat, especially. At some point, there's gonna be pictures of my face with makeup on it. I don't do that to myself, but I had it done. It was part of the class, and I was not gonna. I was participating. I shaved my face like that to let the other student get to do mine. It's only fair. And I wanted my facial, I'll tell you that. I wanted a facial. My color wheel. Because we each had to do a color wheel. Oh, yes, the spiral perm. I crisscross these 3 clips to make like a butterfly. More permin. Purple pom-poms. Oh yeah, my coily. Those were bobby pins with those strings hanging from them. Oh, doing a brickway where they're not supposed to be even rows. It's supposed to be like bricks in each row. I was applying them. I was not shitting them. Something different with that. What did I do? Oh, a 1950s thing involving pearls and polka dots. On Saturdays we were allowed to wear colored shirts. So I probably, I think I might have, I probably took this shirt off. Oh, what? Why was it a joke? Was it this? Oh, it's going in the wrong direction. That's why. And then I did this whole thing for the salon fair. I wasn't part of the actual model competition because I had just gotten into senior class, but I wanted to do something nice for the salon people that were coming to visit, so I made this whole scene. There's a dress form with my mannequin head on it. I had tube thing that looked like really long skinny funnels from the dollar store that have like raised bumps on them, and copper wire to hold them. And then I had two mannequin hands, and then wooden spoons going into the shoes. I forget what else I did. If I did anything else for that. The dollar store had plastic like zombie feet. So I inserted the wooden spoons into the plastic zombie feet. And then I just happened to borrow a stool from home. And then I dressed up her sister in another outfit and took a picture of it. She's making pies for her sister to come visit. And I got a prize for it. And then they're like, last but not least, honorable mention. The first thing I bought out of all this was this pie at Salvation Army. Now I did borrow some things. My coworker from the grocery store. We were still friends, and we still are. But I mean, like, she became one of my clients too. But she like borrowed me this clock that her grandmother had, and there's these spoons and. It's one of the few projects I've actually completed. I actually did it. I didn't just and nobody knew, like barely anybody at the school knew I was doing this. This was like, I asked the teacher, hey, can I set up over there? And then I think the teacher borrowed me the pearls. Miss Jerry, who looked like Miss Frizz. And acted like her too. She dressed up like her for and she also had the same name. Her name literally was Frizzle. Or is. I had the real life Miss Frizzle teaching me. And she'd be like every day, super sparkly, you know. Oh, that's a pattern that I came up with to try to do on my mannequin named Penny. So, brushed copper. But I didn't, we didn't have enough time to like get it like really light or anything. But I was just trying to make like so that it's different colored pennies. You know, you got light pennies, you got dark pennies. Um. Oh, and then you get like milestones, and you would get a star pin. I think there was up to 4 of them we could get. It kind of reminded me of Star Trek, where you get the little buttons on the collar. Only these were bigger. There's either 4 or 5 of them, I forget. But I did get them all. I don't know if I still have them though. I probably had them on my apron, and I lost my apron somehow. Unless it's in with my cap and gown, but don't know what you got till it's gone. Oh, I did another hair stick thing. Yeah. See, I was getting old. I became a senior. I was 38 years old. I used to joke with people, yeah, I started school when I was 24. I'm going to finish when I'm 38. And I did. Oh, my 360 or 350 hours when you can finally start working on people on the floor. And yep, I am officially legal again to do services on the public as long as it's in the school supervised. Don't tell them about the house calls I was doing, please. What house calls? I don't know. What's a house call? I would call somebody's house. I would call somebody's house and be like, "Hey, I do hair at the school. You want to come get some?" Oh yes, I used to have those. This was when I still no, I didn't have my nails anymore. But this is when my teacher suggested, hey, when you go somewhere, like a gas station or store, have your cards with you and at the very least try to trade with the cashier. Now, some places they don't want you doing that because that's soliciting. But so I went on a mission. I went to several different stores to buy 1 or 2 of these magazines. And basically, it's really simple. If I went to a location and they had one I hadn't bought yet, somebody was getting a card. And then I still had these in my salon. They got left there, though, because, hey, I didn't take them with me. Oh, did some foils. Did I do these at home? No, no, I brought them home, and this is what they looked like after I took them out of my bag. So they're not exactly perfect looking. Oh, and then one of my coworkers from the grocery store came and got hair color from me. We didn't have an actual purple to put on her, but one of the students that was already like good at mixing colors made a purple. So there's slight purple tones in there. So that was like my first hair color of school. And I did that out on the floor. Or at least the first one that I took a picture of, anyway. Ah, and this is when that happened. Which man I was doing this was for Facebook I was doing this for at home. Which of these new mannequins is getting their hair cut first? Uh okay, they ended up getting that. And then at some point, oh, yeah, we had that's a clipped in thing. That's from school, but I took a picture of it later. I had to like set the timer and all that and go get in place. Yeah, good old banana clips with that's your if you're blind you put one of those on your face and you can see, especially on Star Trek. You might have to paint it gold first. Oh, I made hearts. Oh, it's Halloween. Oh, I went to somebody who was getting their hair done in a roller set, and the wind blew really bad. And then my buddy here, she was Miley Cyrus, and I'm wearing my Eltons. I bought those when I made the witch outfit. This is Team Awesome Sauce here. I ended up when she started the school, I ended up being the one driving her to school to make sure she was coming. Now she didn't get through this school, but then when I got into the salon, she went back to school in another town and got through. So I actually had a friend, at least for a little while there. She was my project partner too for when I made the salon in The Sims 2. This was doing. I did some foils based on. We had a visitor from Wella Color, and they were showing us this pattern, and so we did our own out on the floor. And that was like one of my first actual highlights type thing. And then I went full pink, I guess. Oh, I must have combed out her hair. I think I was using my my electric pressing comb. If you ever read through this journal, my previous journal bit, that's what the big thing that happened is I wasn't ready to be using that pressing comb on a kid yet, and I was having to do it. And I'm trying to be careful, and then the mother's like, "Can you get closer to the scalp?" And I accidentally twice touched the kid's neck with one of the teeth of the comb. And the second time, she was actually crying. And it traumatized me because I'm not on this planet to hurt kids. You know, at least nowadays there's flat irons and stuff. But that's when things start. When I was at that previous school, that was like I'm going here every day. I'm using up all my time and I'm not learning enough. I need to learn this stuff before I'm doing this. I'm doing things I shouldn't be doing yet. And now there's kids in my chair. And I'm not ready for it. This is that same one that I did the purple things on. The purple had faded, but she came in to let me do some of this. With a curling iron. This was my really long-haired mannequin. That almost looks like Diane Warren, but with actual hair. Because she wears like a short pixie cut. So we were doing like we were picking a thing and trying to do similar. You know, my mannequin didn't have as much hair, but you know. I don't know exactly what I was doing for that. I think I cut her hair shorter. That's what this is. She had the same haircut, but I cut it shorter. We were Marcel curling iron and then combing out, I guess. This, I believe, the lady came in to show the same lady that came in with that other the red clip. She was doing a class in downtown Detroit, and I ended up going and taking it. So I think this is us when my mom paid for me to go to the class, and I got to go take it. And basically, in each different section, we were doing a different technique, and then you get certified in doing extensions. But it's like no, not me. This is not enough. One little roll of each of these things, I'm not charging hundreds of dollars for the hair to start with, and then saying I'm an expert in doing this stuff. Nobody's gonna do that. Not with me. This thing basically had like stretchy. It's like fishing line, but stretchy. So you could expand that, and then it would grab on. It's like a scrunchie, but it's plastic. Or a bracelet. It's a bracelet, but didn't have to be. Yeah. Did some perms. That thing. Oh, I had that claw clip that was shaped like a heart. I had that. There was a store at the mall that was like it was like a dollar store, but it had nothing but bows and jewelry and stuff. So yeah, and they had the buy 10 get the 11th free thing, and yeah, I stocked up. Along with going to Claire's and spending a lot more there. So I'll put it to y'all like this. If anybody is watching right now that's not Freebird or Potato, and you would rather me be playing that video game instead of showing this, you will have to nicely say so in the chat. I think I might have successfully done it once on me. I mean, like, it probably didn't look good, but even doing it on somebody else, I've had I mean, like, doing it on the mannequin, I had a hard time. Alrighty. This is a picture from my previous school. I still have this book. I didn't throw it out. But this is called The Bias Flare, back from the days of Dorothy Hamill, or maybe even before that. And so I did my version. This was one that I was doing at home. This is basically what this conversation started as. You know, I wish I could set up and do these things at home like I used to. And there's nothing to say that I won't. But other than the fact that I threw out my mannequins. But there's credit cards that say I can get around that. My friend who had switched to the night shift, I stayed to have her do my hair and do my nails. And then soon after that, she dropped. But she was still... I got her... I told her that 2 doors down, the massage place was hiring... That was her problem. She was trying to get a job and looking for a place to work. Sally Beauty was right next door to the salon. And then next to that was a massage place that had opened up. It was one of the chain ones, La Vida. And they were looking for a receptionist. And I said, well, that place is hiring. And she ended up getting a job there for at least a little while. So I was at least able to go, talk to her when she was working. Now, a few years back when she got into she started at a salon about 10 miles to the east of here. I'm like, I want to be your first client. So I went there and had her do my hair. Okay, here it is. So what day was this? November 25th of 2013 is when I took this mannequin and gave her this haircut. And her hair stayed like that. I air dried it, and her hair stayed like that for several years. And had I not thrown her out the other day, it probably would still look like that. It didn't get all tangly or anything. And this was one that I had done at home. This was not at school. This one I accidentally dug in with the clippers. because I was new to doing that. Oh, yeah, my, that thing. I don't think I don't know if I ever actually wore this because it didn't hold very well. Or something. Or I couldn't think of what to do with it. I might have worn it, but I don't remember. Oh, it was the last day of hair coloring, and usually on those days after we've done the test and everything, then you get to work on each other. That's when I was in my I'm not sitting on the sidelines mode. I'm here for the full experience. So the first time in my life, I had my hair bleached, and I had it colored purple. I even, I went to Jamie or whatever. I had the formula written down or something like that, and I got that same purple or a similar purple or something that so I had purple hair. It's like, hey, my hair is this long. I can stand to lose the last 7 inches. It's not up here. I don't have to commit to anything up here. Retouches or anything. If this breaks off, it breaks off. Yep. 666 hours. Okay, so I did the same thing again because I was running out of ideas, I guess. And then a new Facebook friend came, and I did. Oh, I did a perm on her. That's right. I did a perm. And she brought me. This is where I got that plate. I still have this plate. I did not throw this plate out the other day, I don't think. I thought it was. Let me confirm that. Oh, wait, no, that's. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It's got the snowman on it. Alright, because it actually has 3 snow people on it. I did not throw that out. But this here was the beginning of a train that from this point on, this is how I ended up from over here where I live to eventually being at a salon 15 miles away. This person lived up near Flint and drove down to the school to have me do this perm. Well, what happened was I posted on Facebook that, hey, I'm new with haircutting, obviously, but I understand that there's people out there that have kids with special needs and whatnot. And I would like to know if I'm patient enough to be able to get through doing their haircuts. And, if anybody has any that could give me a try, and I want to become somebody that could do that. Now, there was a lady that I was Facebook friends with that just happened to be this lady's mother that saw that and shared my post, and then she came to get her perm. Doesn't have an autistic kid or anything, but she came and got her perm and brought a friend that got like red streaks put in her brown hair. And then later on in April, around Easter, I went out to her house to do some hair color on her. And then I went back the next day because, well, I was doing her hair and then doing the neighbor's hair that came over. And then I went back the next day to finish what I was doing on her to make it darker or something, try a different color. And then I said, hey, while I'm out here, you got any other friends or whatever that are in the area that would want to come by? Well, nobody was available to come, but there was somebody that wanted to. They lived down by the salon where I eventually got to. I then went to that person's house, did their hair. Then later on, when I was having the issues with my brother, I moved in with the people that she connected me with that lived out by the salon. I lived with those people for 4 months. Talked to the people at the salon. They weren't ready to have me come, but if I had enough clientele, I could rent a chair. And then, like 6 months later, I started there. So this was the moment. December 4th of 2013. On December 4th of 2014, I was living with those people. On December 7th, I was messaged while I was out doing hair that their brother-in-law, who was actually paying the bills for the place, the trailer they were living in, got wind that I was actually living there, and he didn't want me living there. So I had to tuck my tail and come back to my brother. But by then I had had 2 months of doing hair out there, building a clientele, and I needed to start working out there and just drive the 15 miles myself. And that's how I ended up in that salon. So, for better or worse, that's where the train went from there. Oh, yeah. Is that So apparently a lady came in. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. One of my friends from Facebook, one of her friends had a house fire and the family was living in a hotel. Now, I didn't have any money to like help out with that kind of stuff, but I told my friend to contact that lady and say, look, if her or any of her family need their hair done, haircuts, I will pay for them if they come to me. Now, she took me up on the offer. And she came in and I cut her hair to a bob. And so she booked a haircut. I gave her a shampoo, and my friend looked through the books to see what was a good choice. My guest had wavy hair that was pretty much a shoulder-length bob, with the front a bit shorter. We decided on a slightly longer than chin-length bob with slight graduation in back and a little bit of layering higher up for some volume. Basically, she got a bouncy, swingy bob. The kind that makes you want to put your hands under it and just bounce it. Hers would do that. As we were walking to the desk afterward, I was telling her to go ahead and swing it. She was loving it. Oh, and then Miss E was helping me with the guest, too. Her help today was not overwhelming. She showed the way, but she let me use my hands and tools to learn it. And because of that, there was nothing for her to fix. I can say that I gave this haircut. With her guidance, my hands held the hair and cut it. And she would look and tell me, yep, that's the right way. And then come back and say, looking good, Rob. I also love that I got to use my new round brush to finish the style. Miss E was a cool teacher. Miss E was by the book state board. You want to get through the state board, you get her. She's also the one, she was, black or African American, however you want to say it. Colored. But she's the one that we all got, when we were in class, we'd all get assigned, well, even out on the floor, you all had assigned things to clean every day. Some people got to clean the break room, some took the garbage out, some wiped down shampoo bowls, and if somebody was like acting like they were giving her a hard time about, I don't want to do that, she'd be like, it's your turn, happy birthday though. And then she'd be like, my class break is over. And then if we weren't paying attention, or they weren't paying attention, she'd be like, Carol Ann's come back from the light. Carol Ann's come back from the light. And, what was the other one? Oh, man, I forget the other one. It was a good one. But anyway, that was her. But I lucked out because I had her twice for the practice state board. Because the way the curriculum went, you were there long enough, and with the 4-week periods or whatever with each section, that eventually you would repeat one or two of those sections with a different teacher, possibly. So I had a total of 4 practice state boards, and I had 2 with other teacher. I had 1 with Miss Frizzell, 1 with Miss Violet, and 2 with Miss E. I didn't have 1 with Miss Celeste. But But I passed both times, and she's the one that, state board is going to want this. They're going to want your towels to be this way, and they're bagged, and you better be touching that hand sanitizer, and yeah. Yeah, luckily I had a few clients that would grow out and let me do some chops on them. I think it was the other Alicia that with the blonde hair that I think her name was Alicia. There was a lot of Alicias in my I was living with Alicia at that, Alicia was the wife of the other guy that I was living with. The people I moved in with. And then I think Alicia was the one that had me doing the nice lady that I did the really blonde hair on, and let me practice doing the silver, knowing that I am practicing and I'm having a hard time doing it. So I was able to get a good version to learn what I wanted to do with it, and not bitch at me because it washes out a week later. I don't know how blue in the face I got trying to explain to people. The toner's going to wash out. It's you've hollowed your hair to it's basically a plastic drinking straw with nothing for this color to grab onto except the sides of the straw. And we're not using a permanent hair color when we're putting that toner on. It's going to wash out. And I can't have people bitching at me about, first of all, it didn't take because I didn't get the hair light enough. You have to get that hair just about white to put that stuff on. And then if the hair is still attached, then put the stuff on. Then your hair is so damaged and all that, even with Olaplex, that you have to hope that you can get the stuff on and it takes, but it's still a damaged hair being washed with only toner on it. It's going to wash out. And I can't, and I'm not charging $300 for that. And I had people bitching about it, like, look, I'm not doing that stuff unless you understand this. I don't have a problem with you coming back and me putting some more toner on just so I could get a good picture and make you happy, but I don't want to hear any bitching. Make me the bad guy. Oh, I did a little bit of nail art. This was when we were doing nail art class, and then I took fake nails and glued them in a circle because they all had that little bend to them. And so I made my own nail bracelet. Oh, and then that was the trick for learning how to do glue on nails. Fill a glove with cornmeal. Because we had to do like 80 nails. So all we had to do was glue it to something. Show that we could glue it and get it on there. And then we got those done, so. Gotta hand it to them. Oh, I had a perm 2 days in a row. Uh, oh, and it just so happened that she had had a perm. The last time she had gotten a perm, she was at a school called Platinum, which was in the building that my old school was at. Ah, and then I once again had 800 hours at a school. Some more Marcel iron. Yeah, once again, anybody. Oh, yeah, makeup time. Oh, that was my let it go day. That they did my makeup, and then we went out to the floor, and I had my purple capes, and I did the whole let it go thing from Frozen, throwing my cape off. Cold never bothered me anyway. I work in a meat department. I live in basements. Let's see, what am I at? I'm on my third basement. Oh, the facial. I had egg on my face. This was like a facial day when we were showing how to use, like doing like the recipe types where you might see somebody post use a banana and an egg to do a facial or something like that. Oh, yeah, my socks. I knocked my socks off. Slipper socks, medium. You know, I mean, and this is still here after all these years. It's just here. Um, yeah, it just so turns out that this was like when we were, I think it was the last day for the test and all that. And another student wrapped my hair in perm rods. I wore it like this for 3 days, and it just so happened this was the like within a day or so of this, Shirley Temple died. So I just happened to have my hair curly for that. I look like a cowardly lion though. I was gonna take on the world, and I did, but not the way I had meant to. I I just now threw this away last week. She had this Mardi Gras hairstyle that I did for 12 years. That was like we got out to the floor and the teacher's like, okay, uh, those of you that don't have a client, you're doing something Mardi Gras themed. Oh, mock state board. Oh, that's a one. That's how I started it out, I guess. Second star. Second star to the right. And straight on till morning. Okay, so it's 4 stars. Because I got my second star. And it's halfway. I became a 4-star general. There was a thing where you could make designer status for your 50%, but that would mean doing all kinds of, getting people to buy retail and stuff like that. And I'm not a product pusher. Oh, the day came that I was going to finally take the perm test. After all that practicing I did back in September, it was now February, but that Labor Day weekend I was at home practicing the perms for 3 days, trying to get my time down to under 45 minutes. And then I had a model come in from Facebook, I believe. If it was that same day. That's right. That was my model. Oddly enough, this person here is the last person's hair I did. I went and gave her a house call trim like last March. A year ago. Like sometime last year. But I'd only done her because she lives over here by me and not out by the salon. But the school was over here by me. But she was a friend of a friend that came to the school to get a free perm as my model. And you had to get a live model to do these things on. So Facebook saved my life. And from then on, I was getting models and doing house calls and this and that. And it's like, because there's too many people that were like, well, I'd come, but I work. So, okay, well, if they're asking for something I know I can do or should be able to do, I will chance it. Oops. Because I'm an idiot. And I went ahead and did it. Okay, I accidentally. Oh, at that time, this is the amount of things I had to do. So when you go to school, at least here in Michigan at that time, you had to get credit for doing all these things for the state board to say, yeah, you learned enough. You had to do at least 5 facials, at least 5 hair removals, 5 makeups, something elective, applied chemistries, a client protection, that's putting cape and towel on them, sanitation, that's cleaning up, lightening hair, permanent color, semi-permanent, temporary. Uh, um, so I was halfway on that. I was almost done with those, and you had to do I must have had a different page with the hair cutting because I'm not seeing cutting on here. I already had my roller sets done. It helps when you got a client every Friday. At the other salon, at other school, I'd have had this done in 2 weeks because there was nothing but seniors getting off the bus, and 20 of them at a time. That's why I wasn't learning anything that I needed to learn, because it was just nothing but that and hot irons from a stove, and we weren't getting like young people coming in for a trim on long hair or anything that I'd be using an actual blow dryer on, other than blowing hair dry to then use a pressing comb on. No like blow dry round brushing or anything. How am I supposed to go from barely ever even touching my own head with a comb to being able to blow dry style somebody's hair when I'm not even doing it in school? This is a job interview I've got to get through. Be like, no, I've never blown dry hair before. Oh, well, Supercuts doesn't want you. You got to be able to do it and do it fast. Now, at least in that case, unless they, at a place like Great Clips, unless they actually pay extra for actual styling, you're just blow drying the hair with like your hand or something. You're not twirling anything or I didn't know that, but yeah, anyway, that's 20 years before I found out that that's what it really is like there in a place like that. We didn't have Great Clips back then. That was when we had just started getting Supercuts in the area, and there was like 2 total locations. Before that, we had Fantastic Sam's and then a local chain called Bo Rick's. Eventually, was it Bob and Rick retired, and Supercuts bought them out, or Regis bought them out, and eventually all the Bo Ricks became Supercuts. That's a thing, if anybody did not know, many of the chain salons out there, Regis, Supercuts, there was Trade Secret, which was a store with a store in back or in front that would be in the malls. That was a Regis-owned salon. Smart Style at Walmart was a Regis salon. Cost Cutters was a Regis salon. They just kept buying up all these chains and having them under their banner. Yeah, that's what I went to school because I'd been on them long hair forums, and a lot of it is people that are they're trying to grow their hair out and tired of listening to stylists. You have to have layers. You have to buy a product. You should do this. You should color it. You should, and many of the ladies would go to a barber because the barber would just be, oh, you just want it trimmed straight across. If you found one where the men weren't acting all, stupid. But not, it's like the barber would usually be cheaper. They wouldn't want to, you avoid the hair wash where they bunch all the hair up and cause the tangles and then want to rip through it with their brush because they're impatient and don't know how to properly detangle long hair. So it's like, yeah, we need you to trim your hair every 4 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever, but we're going to destroy it by yanking all the hair and making more tangles and knots and split ends higher up in your hair because we're yanking the hell out of your wet hair. And that's another one of them things. Why I wasn't trying to be an affordable hair colorist. I was going to be I, I I had my kids' haircuts at like $5 for a while, and it became like, look, you know, I want to be the affordable person. I don't want somebody, if you got one kid and you're doing the whole maintenance all year, where okay, it's back to school pictures, it's Christmas time, it's Easter time, it's end of the school year, get a buzz cut and let it grow until it's time for pictures again. That's like 4 haircuts a year at $15 plus a tip. That's, I mean, even if total you were paying was 15, that's $60 a year. And if you're paying that at like Christmas time because you got to go see the family, that's one kid you're paying that for. If you got 4 kids, that's $60. $60 4 times a year that you're spending, you know, when you could, this could go towards clothing, it could go towards shoes, it could go towards food. You know, that's a lot of money for kids' haircuts that need to happen for a lot of people. It's like they, you know, and I felt that. It's like, hey, my mom, we didn't have money like crazy. Haircuts happen, but sometimes I was at the school, sometimes I was at the cheap place, didn't matter. I was getting some sort of buzz cut anyway. I didn't have a choice. As you can see how that turned out. I've had long hair since 1995. I don't do buzz cuts. They're not happening. You're not gonna tell me I have to have a certain type of hair. I'm just not gonna. And that's what when I say, I'm got all these states wanting to do that shit. You have to have a male identifying hairstyle. Fuck you. I'm a male. My beard's not enough. Not saying that ladies can't have beards. They're welcome. They should be welcome to have a beard if they want to. They should be allowed to wear a beard and lipstick. The hell. You're damn right I got a beard. I like my beard with my lipstick. I believe this is misbehaving. Oh, and then with about a half hour left one day, I believe it was Miss E. She's like, okay, class, you got 30 minutes. Make 80s hair. This is one of the used mannequin that I got from eBay. That somebody had already done those weird streaks in there. I'm like, okay, what kind of gel we got? And my inspiration for this Monstar. I think I tried flubber gel, but it wasn't really holding. And then we had something that was like called liquid steel. Yeah. You want me to do 80s hair in only 30 minutes? All right. I got you. Oh, this was the week we all took turns doing different jobs for a week. So this was a week where I was behind the counter dispensing the products and washing the towels because we actually had real towels at this school. Virginia Farrell had big rolls of white paper towel that go in a bathroom dispenser. And you'd get like a hunk of that, and it's supposed to last you like, and you'd be doing shampoos with that stuff too. Like you shampoo somebody's hair and then be wiping their hair with paper towel. But anyway, I was back there, and while I'm waiting for somebody to come to the counter, I did a foil. To get credit. Well, when I wasn't washing and folding the towels that I loved having, I loved doing that laundry. And then when I had my job, I was buying my own towels and, you know. Okay, I don't know what this is about, but that was my original journal title. Actually, I called my on the hair forum, that's what I called it. Purple Bubba's Periodical Prose of Ponderings. It's a reflecting post. Maybe this is my Fortress of Solitude answer right here. I'm trying to collect my thoughts a bit here. Time is going to start really flying by here, and it feels like I'm going to get swept away by the winds that are outside. I've got my positive train going forward, but one thing about trains is they are hard to slow down. The questions are, what do I want? Where do I want to be? Where do I see myself short term and long term? These are major questions because employers ask them. And some of those I cannot tell the truth on if I'm trying to be careful. But I know me. I have a hard time lying. I need to be careful because just because a carrot is in front of me that I may have wanted before, it does not mean it's the carrot that's right for me now, after I have done what I have done. I know where I would like to be. I know the type of place I'd like to be in. The problem is, I don't know if that place exists or if they exist where I want them to be location-wise. I have to be careful with getting jobs just anywhere. People don't want to hire me and put time into training me only to have me walk out the door on them. What do I want? This used to be a much simpler answer. For years, I've simply wanted to be the stylist that listened, who only trimmed what was asked for or less. Nothing has changed with that, and it still hasn't. I want to earn trust no matter what I am doing for my guest. But that's one of my issues, the what I am doing. I've just spent 8 months finding out that I not only can do more than help people with their hair, I want to help with more. There are salons and chains that do just haircuts. There are some that do cuts and colors but no perms. There are some that do nails but not facials. But even if I find one that does all of them, the question is, do I get to do them all for the guest who comes in to see me? Or does the manicure table and facial bed belong to the person at that station? It's probably one of those things that is different from place to place, depending on what the place is like. But I don't want to have to give up doing things I found out I enjoyed for the sake of making $1 behind the chair only. I found out that I enjoy being a cosmetologist. It's one of the few words I feel comfortable using to describe my profession. I'm a long way from doing all of those things well. But I don't want to miss out. One moment. Where do I want to be? Okay, I'm going to be as honest as I can here. The fact that I have to walk on eggshells with this question really bugs me. I understand that a salon owner and the other employees don't want to train people who aren't going to stay. But I don't like that I would have to avoid this question or try to lie about it. I know that long term I'd like to be somewhere other than where I am. But I am also realistic that I cannot predict that far ahead. I cannot even predict next week. I do know that there are some things and situations in my life that need to change, or I'm going to fail. There's also that ever-present possibility that I'm going to meet her and get married and have children. How is that going to change things? Will I have the same dreams and goals then? Will they be able to happen? So I applied to a salon that's nearby. It's been a few days. They haven't called. And I'm left wondering to myself, what happens if I get hired there? For 5 years I've wanted to have the chance to work there, but I know nothing about them. There's not much to research online. All I know is they're within walking distance. But here I am wondering what happens if I do call them, or they call me, and the owner wants to train me. I've got this whole big world ahead of me that within walking distance, may or may not be what I want right now. I may want a different within walking distance. And I don't want to waste anyone's time, let alone mine. All I can do is keep my positive train going forward. If I miss out on this or another salon because I don't call them, it is what it is. It was meant to be. I hope everyone understands that. Because every day I get a sign that tells me that. No matter how changed my plans get, I am still on the right track. For better or worse, I am supposed to do or not do the things that will or won't be done. It just is. And I'm not going to spend my time regretting. I have too much to live for to spend my life flipping through the channels of nothing good is on. Make no mistake about it. I want to work for what I get. I want to earn it. I want to learn it. Your time is always precious to me, no matter how you spend it with me. The best way for me to pay back those I love is to not give up. To not live in the past. I've already eliminated so much regret and pain, but I have more to do. If you are a potential employer and you've read this, thank you. And the best way for me not to waste your time is to be honest. Thank you all for reading. I love you. No tangles. Ouch. Well, that's one thing with this kind of stuff. I start reading these things and I'm on the train again. The passion never goes away. It just doesn't. That's why, for 10 years, I drove 15 miles out to that salon and drove back. It literally was, the road was literally a roller coaster of hills and twists and turns, and if I had to cut over to the other street, it also had hills and twists and turns and roundabouts, and I rode the roller coaster back and forth. And there were times when I had somebody in the chair, had a good day, thought I did great, and would get home only to be told they hated it. Or left the salon knowing that they hated it and that something had gone wrong, only to ride home and have to come back out because I got to pay that rent. I got to do what I got to do to get out of my brother's house, to keep my job, to pay that rent, to do my job. Because there was no other job for me. You know, I'm content doing the grocery store. I'm good at it. And these days, I'm actually like, I've got so much control over what I do there with actually ordering the stuff myself. You know, I'm okay at the moment working at the grocery store. But damn it, I want my own place. I want to either get a place and then go get a suite again, so that I can put up a sign that says just what I'm wanting to do and not have to do the things that I'm not wanting to do just to pay the damn rent, or work from home so that I don't have to worry about paying an extra rent. But that's always the problem. Having to pay for the suite or the chair means I can't just do what I wanted to do. I can't advertise, just come in and get trims, trusted trims, for not a lot of money, especially these days. I'd be making a killing. All I wanted to, I just do haircuts. But not at the chain place, with a manager constantly coming up to me, nitpicking every little thing every other day. Oh, so Robert, the dress code here is we do these colors. We don't do navy blue shirts. Well, the general manager of hers is the one that got me in the door. This lady Facebook messaged me on Black Friday or on Thanksgiving, just because she liked to connect with stylists on Facebook and wanted to know if I'd be interested in coming to work for Great Clips. And I'm like, well, do I have to work a Saturday? Do I have to do this? Can I just try it out? Can I just work like 1 or 2 days a week and try it out? And after she answered all those questions, I went and applied at a nearby location. I did the interview there. Then I went to work at another location, also nearby. Then after a day where I worked with the other asshole male, who didn't want to help me out at all, and it's like Christmas time, and there's a lobby full of people and haircuts that I haven't done yet, for the whole reason I went to learn at that place, and the manager's not there because she had to go back to the other location and help out, and he doesn't want to help me, and the lobby's just filling up, and I'm like, hey, I need some help over here. I just showed you. So their answer was to then see if I would transfer to an even further location, 25 miles away, on the other side of the salon I was already working. So now it was out by the salon. So now I couldn't mention that I work at another salon. Because if it's within 10 miles, you can't mention it. So I was working 3 jobs. It was winter time, so I wasn't doing mine as much because, come January, they all came in for Christmas. They're not wanting anything until the quote tax check comes in. Or spring comes. So you struggle for 2 months trying to be an independent stylist. But here I am driving out there, working 4 hours in the morning, and then driving 25 miles back to work an 8-hour at the grocery store. And the days that I work with that manager, she keeps coming up and nitpicking things. Well, I was told when I got interviewed that navy blue shirts was one of the ones we were allowed to wear. I didn't have a navy blue shirt until then. I went to Salvation Army to get a couple of shirts, and one was navy blue. And I hadn't worn it at all until a month later to that location. But I just had a feeling. And then like the first time she nitpicked, she come up to me, she opened my drawer and she's like, "So Robert, this is how we set up the drawer, and we don't do this and we don't do that." And everything was neat and clean. It just wasn't the way that she wants it done. And then both your clippers and your trimmers have to have a cover on them when you're not using them. The trimmers don't come with a cover. I looked online at catalogs. I went to the product store. I went, do these come with some sort of cover? So I was like, well, the only thing I can do is put a little bread bag, or like not a Ziploc, but the one that folds, one of those over it, and put a twist tie on it. I had explained that to her. Like, they don't come with a cover. There's no plastic cover for these. They're clean. There's just no cover for them. And then she nitpicked about the shirt. And then she nitpicked when, the one day it snowed and I couldn't get there. So I had to text her to say, look, I'm on the way here, but I can't get there in time. The traffic is moving a foot at a time. I can't even get on the freeway. And that was a day that I had to work at a grocery store. I'm still all the way back by the grocery store. Okay? By the time I got out there, I'd need to be at the grocery store already. Anyway, as I mentioned in the stream previous to this, before the internet went out, they didn't want to let me take the extra classes, which is why I was like, look, I'm looking for education, not a job. Now I did 100 men's haircuts in those 3 months, so I got some learning, and that helped a lot. But I wasn't getting ladies' haircuts, and I wanted to take the class because that's what was being taught. And they're like, well, no, you're not ready for that class. You can go the next time it comes around. What, 7 months from now? I'm not being your little grunt employee. I didn't say it that way, but I'm not going to be your grunt employee working 3 jobs while I wait to find out if you're going to let me go take the class. I might as well look at videos again. And then when I found out, like I mentioned, I went for the 3-day training class, and then a few days later, they finally had the other Rob go finish his day 3 that he had been waiting 3 years to go do. Because on his day 3 originally, the power went out. They waited 3 years to send him to go finish the basic training course. They're not going to let me go take that class. I'm not working for them if they're going to do that stuff. And I'm driving 25 miles to get there and rushing back 25 miles to do an 8-hour shift at the grocery store. So yeah, I was done. I got my use out of them. I have my certificate that says I completed that course. So they can't take that away from me. But anyway, I don't want to say I'm bitter about that. It's just, it is what it is. She has her right to say the things that she said and do what they're, no problem. But I just like, when she said the one thing about that, and that in order to work there, I'd have to text her, and that I can't switch days without having, I can't switch days the way I was trying to switch, so I can't book my appointments the way I was, and last minute, because people last minute want to change their appointments, and I'm not quitting the other salon. That's my job. Hey Jen, welcome in. There's a link in the chat that I put up there. It's to my cosmetology journal, where we've been reading through my journal a little bit, reminiscing. Yeah, I'm a little. This is partly because I threw out all my stuff last week when I had to clean my room. That's the problem. In order for me to, every time I have to clean my room, I have to throw out things that I'm actually keeping, not garbage. But in order to make, because I get too much things that I'm trying to keep. Now I've once again thrown out things that I would never have thrown out. All my mannequin heads that I didn't want to throw out. Now it's like, oh, now that I've thrown them out, now I want to use them. Never fails. Oh, we had a visitor come in showing us how to put a cap over the head. She was somebody that did these and taught herself how to do them. You glue the hair on and make an actual wig for somebody. And so we did them. I made a wig. Okay, so I took a braid or braids and was wrapping them around the head. And this looks like I'm at home with this, so I must have done this at home. Where'd it go? I don't know. Oh, it was on here. Okay. Oh, okay. I did the braid at school. I just I got a picture of it at home. Probably because I saw this and you couldn't really see it. Um, Basically, I'm lucky I'm not homeless because he had to come in here to get at the sump pump because I had everything, a lot of the salon stuff in here, and I basically had a path from here to the door and back, and the mountains on each side. There's only so much I can leave in the car. But, it's, what happened was I collected a lot of things when I was at the salon. And then they came home with me. I had a second home. And I didn't leave it there. The other student, I believe, did my hair. Okay, Tuesday. I started my first repeat subject today, Business Building Part 2. And as it turns out, I have Miss C for it this time as well. Last time, Ashley and I were partners, and we did a large salon and spa with lots of goodies. But this time, I'll be going at it alone. At this time, I had gone and visited a salon at Easter, and the lady was like working there alone after all the others had retired, and she was promising me all kinds of things like, oh yeah, you come on in and um, I'll let you be the assistant manager, and then you could have another student from the school that graduates, come and work with you, and you could be their manager. And yeah, that was April or Easter time. Then June comes, and the week before graduation, she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be able to do that deal after all." So when one door closes, but oh yeah, Master Cuts is the other one. I believe that's the one in the mall. That's Master Cuts is the one they have in the mall. That's another Regis salon. I don't think they're Regis anymore. I think they sold out to some other company, but it's still all part of the big conglomerate. Oh, apparently I gave that one a haircut. Oh, and then I cut Penny shorter, so she didn't have no hair anymore. And then I did something to her. I think I gave her a shorter version, more of a Dorothy Hamill. And then that's the one that I had took a chunk out when I was doing that several months earlier. Yeah, I was. Mannequin heads are all. It's crap to look at when you buzz them because it's not real hair. It just sticks out like freaking Play-Doh or something. But I was attempting to fix what it was, give it more of a wedge. Oh, under 100 hours to go. Oh, and Miss Dolores and I exchanged gifts. My purple mirror. Miss Dolores gave me a purple mirror, and I gave her some gift cards to Olive Garden and Red Lobster because every time she would come to the school, she'd and I knew she was going to keep coming to the school to let another student have their turn, and her daughter would go with her, would come and meet her for lunch across the street at Olive Garden or Red Lobster, something like that. So that's what I ended up getting her. Odin, 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 din, Odin, din. I'm gonna eat you. Yeah, you gonna sound like thunder when I'm biting your bones. That's what like a bear or something would say. A lion. Not me. I don't eat cats. Oh, there we go. The lady that I had gave her a haircut because she had the house fire came for the second time. Okay. Apparently I gave a special needs lady a pedicure. I liked giving pedicures. I didn't have you know, that's the thing. When I went to school this time around, like I said, I was not holding back. I was there to learn, and if somebody put their foot in front of me and said, "Hey, you get to do my pedicure," I did it. If they were comfortable enough to not shriek out and say, "Hey, I don't want this ugly guy touching me," they were going to get a very nice pedicure. I'm going to give them a nice foot massage. I'm going to do what I got to do to learn how to do it right and, make them feel good. So, but, hey, I got to do that. And then I had my request from the lady that I cut her hair into a bob back a while back, that I paid for the haircut because her family had been in a house fire. Or the house was a total loss, and they were living at a hotel at the time. So I'm like, hey, you tell your friend that was in the fire, if any of them need haircuts, come to the school and I'll pay for them. So she returned to the school with her hair growing out, but she liked how it had grown out. So not only was she really happy with her angled wedge bob last time, but it didn't annoy her at all growing out. Last time Miss E helped me cut the hair. This time I ran the whole show. And again, my guest was delighted. I'm so glad I have her as a guest because she's a lot of fun. I wish I could have had her come with me to the other place, but it was so far away. I always tell people I'm not scissor happy, but the truth is I like to cut hair. It is fun. I just prefer to do it when the guest wants me to cut it, and I get to try new cuts. I like cutting hair when it's going to make them happy. Because whether it's a few tips of hair of dust on the ground or a few piles of curls, it's only fun when they want it that way. But I do love that I have had the chance to see so many satisfied faces that I got to enjoy time with. Tomorrow is the last pretend mock state board test at school. Next time I take it after tomorrow is going to be for the marbles. That was June 2nd. I took my test on August 4th. And then I went back on the 9th to do the computer test. Okay, after the mock test that I passed again with Miss E, the one that does things by the book and really helped me do the state board the way I needed to do it to pass it. Okay, yeah. I updated about the previous day that I passed the thing, and then this time I was out on the floor because every other day you were in the class or out on the floor, and so I was out on the thing, and I had somebody come back for doing the basically the afro perm, the jerry curl, where you loosen their hair with one chemical and then you re-perm it on bigger perm rods to give them a looser curl. Soul Glow? Yeah, Soul Glow. Okay, I did see this. So apparently I did have somebody at least comment. She's a hairstylist. Yeah, yeah, cool. You know, if I'd have had this on Instagram or something, I'd probably would have been a lot more popular. There I am, 1,500 and over 1,500 hours. I had 121 guests. Last Thursday, I went to school and clocked 5.34 hours, which means I clocked out at about 2:50. And thankfully, I figured the math out correctly enough so that it did say 1,500.06 and not before, because then I'd have to come back and do another day. You just never realize what impact you have on people. There were positive things that happened with my clock out that I wasn't expecting. Some I was hoping for. Students from the other group came rushing from the floor to the hallway to not miss it. I wish I could do the same for them. And unfortunately, they closed the school about a year later, so I didn't get to see everybody. I only went back on the day that I passed my test to say how it went and the mistakes I had made and the things that I had worried about, and to have Miss E like, why didn't you do this? You know, you could have done that. And you're like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about it in the heat of the moment. On Friday, I went back to do some celebrating, but not for my diploma yet. I plan to go get that tomorrow morning. Then I need to get the state board test done as soon as possible. This waiting around is not going to be good for me unless I make good use of the time, off time. It's like a repeat of last summer. I have this off time to do things with and try to prepare myself for the unknown, which I am faced with again. Something came up and I won't be going to work where I thought I was. So I'm kind of in the position I already expected to be. I'm a 38-year-old fresh graduate who doesn't know everything. Yet I have been so focused on building a full guest list clientele that now I'm in this limbo area. I need a chair. If I go to a salon and assist or shampoo people only, I'm not going to be able to take care of those people who came to see me. At the same time, I need a place that doesn't have high prices or that lets me make my own, because I just don't see myself charging high prices. And if the prices are high, I won't be able to promote myself to get walk-ins. I know it's foolish of me to think I can call the shots, but I am stubborn. I didn't come this far to settle for a paycheck. I am selfish. I have found that out about myself. But what I have realized is I am selfish about how I want to do things for other people. I believe in the way I do things. I think my ways are worth a try. And I'd rather fail trying them, or better yet, succeed. Or at least be happy trying. I keep seeing the quote about keep your passion or you're just cutting hair. That being said, I know that many carrots will be dangled before me. I may even see some more silver platters. But I'm doing my best to maintain my patience. My real issue with this is location. I need a location that is still central for my guests to be able to come to, those who want to follow me. Was going to write more, but for now. And then I didn't write anything for almost a month. I haven't mentioned on here yet that I did graduate and get my diploma. I have my state board practical test this coming Monday the 4th. It's only the first half. If I pass it, I can come back for the computer quiz on theory. So right now I'm in the gotta pack and get ready phase. I'm still stunned that it happened. These are always going to be key dates in the history of this journey, such as these. April 2nd of 2000, I started Virginia Farrell. July 22nd of 2013, I started Regency. June 12th of 2014, I graduated Regency. I have 2 more dates to add. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. The first being yesterday, 8/4/14. I first want to say that I am thankful that my school, Regency, had us do mock state board tests. I am glad I did mine all 4 times. I could. The reality is that those prepared me for the doing. It was always the packing that made me nervous and, well, scared. But I got that bag packed somehow. So I woke up yesterday morning and I had a 50-minute drive to get there. I left in what I thought was plenty of extra time. I envisioned myself sitting in a parking lot somewhere drinking some coffee, waiting to go in. So I drove. And then the first road I wanted to turn to head south was backed up, so I kept going west. The next road was closed, and both west and south were blocked, so I had to turn back north, and then head west. And then when I finally turned south, it was a road that's supposed to be fast, but there's just too many lights, so I turned back east to get to a better road. I was trying to get down to the freeway so I could at least get on it. I finally got on, and then a few miles later, got onto the other freeway to go west again. Then I see an electric sign saying 17 minutes to get near where I need to be. I didn't have 17 minutes, and the freeway was a parking lot. So I got off onto Woodward and headed to 8 Mile, and then went west again. Then I made my turn onto Greenfield so I could turn onto Northland Drive. No. Northland is closed there, so I found myself on 9 Mile heading west, trying to find a way back south. I turned south and found myself back on 8 Mile, and obviously on the other side of the building, and I was, at this time, probably late and a bit lost. So I turned back east on 8 Mile and then saw it, a turn lane to get onto North Land Drive, and right there was the building. So I parked and headed up to the 3rd floor, and right there in the front of the elevator sat a group of people with bags that were obviously there for the test. And I believe I said, "Am I late?" Because I was late. You had to be there at least a half hour. You had to be there at 8:30 to take the test at 9 o'clock. And if you weren't, they could tell you go home and keep your money. And you'd have to pay again. $70. I should have been out $70 and had to come back. And they said that no one had been checked in yet and that they were told to wait till the people came to get them. So with my heart racing already with the thought that I had already forfeited the test and the money, I suddenly had to calm down and breathe before the thing that was supposed to make me nervous began. All right, thanks for coming, Jen. I had made it. I was going to take the test. It seemed like about 10 minutes before they came for us, so I did get to calm down and come up with a lie about the icicle hitting my cheek and my eye and breaking my glasses, and oh wait, that's something else. It seemed like about 10 minutes before they came for us, so I did get to calm down. After 14 years, it was going to happen. I had been imagining all along this darker room without windows. I guess my image was like that of a dressing room backstage somewhere. Instead, it was a bright white themed room with windows of an office building with blinds. Honestly, it was like Virginia Farrell was. They asked to examine our mannequin head and hand, probably to see if there were marks on them, because, no cheat sheets. Can't be putting like little marks to say where the 3 inches are for putting your rollers in or any of that. And then the tester who did the talking says she will answer questions as long as it's not something you should already know, in which case she would say, do as you have been instructed. In other words, it's your school's fault. If your school didn't teach you proper, that's their fault. And we will just have to let them know. So it was time for pre-setup and setup for the manicure. I was going along pretty well with my manicure, and then I did something dumb. I hadn't started polishing yet, and I threw my bag of cotton in the trash. My orange wood sticks didn't have any on them yet. So this meant that I would have to do the best polish job of my life without being able to clean up any polish that got on the skin. I don't know how, But with my hands shaking more than they ever have before, I put those 4 coats of base, polish, top coat on with only a tiny bit getting on one finger. And I could do nothing about it. And time was running low, so I raised my hand to signal I was done. They don't tell you anything. They look at your stuff, but they don't tell you anything because you don't find out until you check online to see if you passed the test, and it doesn't tell you what you failed or passed. It either says pass or fail. So I don't know if I did anything wrong to this day, other than what's in my mind that I probably got marked down for if they were watching. Okay. Before I read the next bit here, first, let me save this. Let me close this because of my computer crashes. I'm gonna let this rest until we get back to it, and I'm gonna go get some coffee because reading makes me thirsty. Oh, and I've got more food in the microwave I hadn't gone and gotten yet. I microwaved it once, so I just gotta warm it. But yeah, it was the other half of my dinner. Okay. Alright, I gotta push this back a little bit so I can put the plate down. And thank you. And then next up, we did the facial. Next was the facial. I don't recall any issues with it. You know, it's when you know this, when you know the however was it like 8 steps or whatever. It's like, and I had done some on actual humans, and they took like an hour to do. Yeah, I had no issues with doing the facial. So, not like that first facial I did where the lady was somebody that came in for a facial. The ones I did after her were people from Facebook that I had brought in. So, it was a different situation, but anyway. Next up, the first of the hair things. The 3-part chemical. You section the mannequin into 4 quarters, and you use 3 of 4 to demonstrate things. 1 in each area. Here, I had my second big scare. I didn't put any gloves in the bag for this. I thought I did. But it hit me that when I packed my bag for the perm wave, I had put an extra set of gloves in there just in case. Like maybe one would have been a hole, one would have a hole or something. So I opened my duffel and got the pair out of the perm bag and zipped them up and used the hand sanitizer, and I had gloves. Because if you touch your bag, you better hit that sanitizer. You touch anything, you hit the sanitizer. You touch something else, you hit that sanitizer. You better have... I had a half of a big bottle of sanitizer, and I used the whole thing. And I was literally at the end of the thing trying to get some more out. And I probably mentioned it on here. But the first section is virgin lightener or bleach. This is done in the middle of the hair strands only. You're not supposed to put it on the roots yet. You don't put the bleach on the roots, and you don't put it on the ends because you've got the scalp heat makes it go faster, and the ends are porous from being, even virgin hair is still more eroded and will soak in the stuff faster. So you don't want to put it down there right away. But when you're doing frickin' foils, well, it's a little harder to, that's a different story. This is done in the middle of the hair strands, hair strands only, not the roots or the ends. The second section is hair color retouch of just the roots. Meaning, I believe like just the 1/2 inch of hair near the scalp, as if the client came back a month later and their hair grew 1/2 inch or 1.5 inches or whatever it was, but I think it was a 1/2 inch. And we're using this mayonnaise like stuff called cholesterol. You can find it at Sally in a big giant jar. It's like mayonnaise, only it's got soapy perfume smell to it. And that's probably what it is. You know. So you do all that, being careful not to go past that ½ inch and get any on the other hair, because that's considered hair that has already been bleached before, and you don't want to overlap because you don't want the hair to break off for being double bleached. Or get, too bleached and you have yellow hair, then white hair, then yellow hair. You don't want that going on. Even if it doesn't break, it'll still be two-toned. The third section is a relaxer retouch, which is basically the same procedure, except you have to put gel or pretend protective gel on the rest of the hair strand, because overlapping relaxer onto hair that's already been relaxed is bad. Even if you don't cause the hair to break off, it's going to be extremely damaged. When she asked for questions right before this part, I asked if we were doing half of each section or the whole sections. She said at least half. I was able to do the whole section for each with time to spare. Again, I'm not as slow as I think I am. My inferiority complex with being slow on everything. Even when I got quicker at things, I still always felt like I'm slower than other stylists. At least at this time I felt that way. There's kind of a revenge on that thought coming up. But doing those 13 heads worth on the last day of class helped. So I got a lot of practice of doing this stuff quickly. Because I was trying to get those credits done so I could graduate. Next up was shampooing. Gosh, that stuff is hard to wash out of hair. I don't know if we're supposed to or not, but we were taught that State Board wants the sinks cleaned after you use them. I took my mannequin back to the station and then grabbed my disinfectant spray and some paper towels, and I went back and cleaned my sink. I don't think anyone else did, but I didn't care. Either I was doing what I was supposed to do, or I was getting extra credit. I mean, even if there aren't points for it, maybe it would send the message that I care about sanitation. Miss E would have told me to do it. Miss E would have noticed that who did or didn't clean the sink. Permanent wave. I bet those who know this journey by now would think this would be a cakewalk for me. I can laugh about this now, and still to this day. But I was far from it. My mannequin almost went for a plunge out a 3-story window. And it would have had to break the glass to do it. I don't know if I mentioned it in here, but I was using a mannequin that I hadn't cut yet before. And the day before, to get it ready at least, so it wasn't super long, I held the thing upside down and snipped the hair so that it was like straight. And I had to leave it as long enough to do the haircut and still long enough to where after I do the haircut, I can put the curls in the top. But the mannequin had a lot of layered hair underneath there. A lot of uneven layers. And so here, let's see. Okay, first, I was trying to drape the mannequin. I went to unpack my 2 towels, and one of them fell onto my garbage bag, which was now no longer hanging from the counter, but on the floor, leaning against the cabinet with the tape on the door. What do? It's now considered a dirty towel, isn't it? But I have to towel, cape, towel to protect the client. In my mind, it was, oh, well, it is what it is. I picked the towel up, set it on the counter, sanitized my hands, then put it on the mannequin. Protecting a client from a chemical is better than the dirt? Maybe? It fell on the bag, but not quite in it. So let's get to doing the thing I know how to do. The mannequin's hair was not evenly cut. I went to wrap that first rod and couldn't keep the hair from falling out of the paper. Let's just say I probably made at least 3 attempts at each of the 5 rods, and I probably had fish hooks, bent ends. And that first rod had me on the edge of meltdown. But I wrapped them somehow, and I took whatever score they were going to give me. I raised my hand and demonstrated squirting the solution on and the test curl. Again, I don't know how that went. You don't know your score. I passed the test, so if it was a bad thing, it wasn't enough to fail me. If I recall correctly, when I went back to the school to tell the class, and Miss E was the teacher, what had happened, I think she said, you could have used some paper towel instead. If you had some paper towel, you could have done that. And I was like, I did have plenty, but I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I was thinking about, I need a towel. And I don't have extra towels. I might have had them, but I might not have. I forget. But it might have been where I forgot to take the extra ones, or they didn't fit in the bag or something. But now came the thing where I've always had this thing like I'm slow with my haircuts. It'll be like Miss C, saying, "Step on the gas. I see your mouth moving, but your hands aren't moving. It's time to step on the gas." Haircut. You must cut at least an inch off of all the hair. You must do a 90-degree uniform round layered cut. In other words, any strand you grab, if you hold it out from its spot, it must be the same length as any other strand held out from its spot. So you cut the hair in a stop sign-like pattern. Or it'd be kind of like one of them Shapo ball things from Tupperware where you pick basically like a soccer ball but with flat spots. A 3-dimensional octagon. After the morning I had had so far, there was no way this haircut was going to scare me. I had this. I was 2 procedures away from being done. So I got the razor out, because you have to do at least 1 snip or slice with a razor to demonstrate that you can hold it properly and cut properly and has a guard on it and all that. You know, so it's like one of them feather razors. So I got the razor out and the shears and all those extra combs just in case I started cutting. Just in case I dropped them. If you drop a comb, you better not pick it up. And worst case, if you were to have your last comb fall on the ground, you better at least know enough to go wash it and sanitize it before and spray it with alcohol or whatever before you go putting it on that head. Show that you made an oops, but you're being sanitary. Something. Doing something, You know. It's like you failed, but you didn't fail enough. Don't fail enough to fail. But anyway. And I started cutting. I want to thank everyone who has let me do this haircut on them so far. Some of you may not even know I did it, but I had a lot more practice on it than most in my class. I don't like using the word chop, but that's what I did. I chopped away. I was pissed at that mannequin. With that perm, I was pissed. We had 40 minutes to get it done. And when the minute chime came in, when the 20-minute chime came in, I was in checking mode. I brought a mannequin with at least 8 inches of hair. So I didn't have to worry about cutting her too short. Every piece was going to be at least 1 inch. I did not cut myself. I did not drop a comb. I was the first one done because you can hear it when somebody grabs the broom and dustpan. And I was the first to make the noise of the dustpan. You know, the hinged dustpan going clunk clunk. I'm not going to say my haircut was perfect, but I know I cut it all, including those strands that I had to wrap on perm rods. Those motherfuckers. They had it coming. It was going to be even after that. May not have been even hair for that perm, but it was even after that. I got even. That's like the getting even of getting evens. When you cut everything the same length to get it even. It's an odd way to do it. Thermal curls. But that's the thing. You have to, before you do the broom, you step back and say done, and then they come and check you. And if you've done it right and whatever, then they say, now you can sweep up and then have a seat for waiting for the next section. Or wait for the next or whatever. So that's how I know I was. If anybody else made that noise, I didn't hear it before me. Because with that perm, I was either going to wrap those perms, them 5 rods, or it was the window just happened to be next to me. The whole room was not windows. It was just the ones further in had a window in between each station, like about 3 of them. And they were just like skinny windows that are about the width of a person, but and they're solid, no windows or no openings, but it was going to happen. It was I was either putting those rods in wrong, or it was going through that window. Because I couldn't just grab my shears and cut the hair better. That was the day before. You can't cut the hair before the hair cutting. I'm not going to let you. Well, you can, but you're going to get in trouble and fail for it. I could have done anything, but you're going to fail. That's $70 and having to go back. I don't want to get... I was that far in, I didn't want to redo it. That's why I don't take it for granted. I mean, I had to try twice, and I let kids come and look when I was like shampooing the hair and stuff, and I would tell people what I'm doing, and I wanted to, because you just never know what that kid is thinking. Maybe they'll do hair someday, and I want to okay, I don't mind you watching. You just got to step back a little bit, because I don't want, when I'm washing the hair, I don't want it to splash you in your eyes, because there's chemicals over here, and I can't control where it's going, but you are welcome to watch, and I'm not, and if you want to know what I'm doing, you're allowed to ask. Sometimes I would explain it without them asking, because, hey, because that's just it. I was afraid to try. And I got to that other side. It took me 38 years, but I got to that other side. And when I had the opportunity to just, I'm in here, I'm the professional, I'm doing the job that I had to jump so many hurdles to get to, and I don't care what age you are, you want to watch what I'm doing? I'll explain why I'm putting these purple or gray drops in the dye. I'll explain why I'm putting sweet and low in the color. But it's got to be sweet and low. It's got special ingredients in there that the other sweeteners don't have. It's for, if people have sensitivities, it helps calm the sensitivity so that it does not irritate them as much. And my lady with the onion allergy kept me stocked up. She got me the giant boxes. I actually threw out one the other day. Although this time I think I had bought that one. But yeah, she had given me at least 2 giant boxes of it, because I had to put it in hers. I was not only putting that in, but I actually had the actual professional stop the burn drops to put in. And I doubled up. I was not taking chances. I would rather find out that somebody doesn't have any issues than the other way. Because if you can't leave the stuff on for 30 to 40 minutes, if it says that, and they're going ow, 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 and you got to rinse it out, then that's not happy. And you can't be burning them. All right. Thermal curls. Each bag for each procedure has to be labeled pre-sanitized blank. In this case, pre-sanitized blow dry and thermal curl. I know I wrote out that label, but they come over for each test and check those bags, and this one was missing the label. There goes a point. Maybe. I don't know. But then I noticed A few minutes later, the label on the floor. I was using cheap dollar store labels. It came off. Like for labeling a VCR tape or something. Or maybe an address label or whatever they were. But, you know, the glue's not always the best. It must have peeled off when I pulled the haircut bag out. Blow dry just the top middle section and demonstrate the 3 different curls using a Marcel iron. That's the kind with 2 handles. 2 long handles. If it's a stove iron, they're both identical, like pencil-sized handles, and the handles themselves have so this is what they look like if they're electric. That's what they look like if they're not. They go in a stove. These parts here turn on both handles so that you can hold the thing and twirl the iron, and it helps to be able to turn the iron in your hand. So you're clicking and twirling and clicking and twirling. On here, this middle part here turns, and so does this part. But for state board, you have to use that kind. You can't use the other. You can't use a kind that's got the hinge here and the little push thing. You can't use those. And you're not going to be wrapping around one of them other irons and stuff. That ain't happening. Yeah, like here, she's there's this kind, and then there's this kind. And I didn't really learn on... I don't like these because when I go to reach for this thing, I keep touching this part with my thumb and burning it. I'm not used to having to reach for that because I'm used to these. So, first curl was on base. So, depending on how you hold the hair strand is where the hair ends up on the base. This is off base. Then there's half on base. Then there's on base. So I believe if you go this way, you end up on the base. If you do this, you'll get half on, and then off base, you're going that way. Yeah. And the more on base it is, the more volume you're getting. So if you're ever doing curling on yourself or anything, or rods, rollers, you want more volume, you hold the thing forward more. Or, like the top one. The more you do that with the hair, the curlier it'll be. You know, that's why there's a school and textbooks. You learn this stuff that you may not learn just growing up doing your hair. You know? Now, at least these days there's YouTube, like somebody doing their hair, but we don't know if they know how to do that. They might just be rolling their hair and you're doing it the way they're doing it. And if you don't know that there's differences between how you hold the hair and how you roll it, there's also whether, if you put the roller on this side of this strand and roll it forward, you might get something totally different. And that also matters, like when you're in the bang area. In the bang area, you might want to roll it that way, but you might not want to do it that way in another area. One place where that would be is like if you're trying to do the flip out version, the hair here, you might want to roll it so that the hair is on the inside and the roller is out here by you, and you're rolling it up, like a window shade, or like you're rolling up a poster. Yeah, like rolling up a poster. At least for the first one or two pieces, so that when you comb it, it's gonna curl outward. And also, that's why, certain ways of layering the ends, even slightly, can cause more flip going one way versus going the other way. Slight beveling of the very ends of the hair cause curling in or curling out. So I always used to tell people, you can cut dustings of hair off of somebody's hair and change the way it looks. Like when you go and get a fresh trim, if they have you like tilt your head forward and hold their scissors a certain way with the hair pulled out and cut, if they hold the scissors straight, you get one thing. If they hold the scissors like on an angle, you're going to get another thing. The ends might curl in, they might curl out, because the hair pushes on each other. It just does. And I think that's cool. Because that's why I'm all, like, when I used to read, like, articles and stuff, your hair doesn't do anything, you can't have long hair. Like, you can just get a tiny, tiny trim and change what the hair's doing. Quit trying to be, scissor happy with everybody just because you don't like long hair. You're not the one wearing it. What the hell does a short haircut, what good does a short haircut do if there's a frown on the face? If someone's looking in the mirror and they don't like what their hair's doing, it ain't going to look like how it looked when the stylist did it. And there, one of my slogans was, your style with a matching smile. That's what I wanted to be about. It's like, that's why I don't like stone-faced models. You put all that, put the hairstyles on them, you put the nice, pretty dresses on them, and they look like they're unhappy. What's the point? Might as well use robots. They got robots now. Use them. Show off the clothing. It's like, Why do I want to look at somebody that looks sad and like they're a slave? My mannequin heads are at least smiling. You know. Let's go. Let's go to the tail of the tape, right? You know, wasn't she smiling? I mean, they usually put a smile on those things. Oh, my two either I think it was homecoming updos. One of these had short hair, and it was the cousin of the one that was originally coming, and I pinned it all up and stuff. The other one, she already had really long curly hair, and all I did was bunch it up into a bun, and the stuff got inserted. It's like, okay, she's done. That's how, that's what she was good with. There was like a whole family of people that were coming to see me for a while. Oddly enough, it was her mom in my chair, or the aunt or whatever, when I was over here on this side shampooing, and the asshole was over here messing around with his girlfriend, the other stylist, and that's when he was causing trouble. He was like, "Oh, doesn't she look like a blah?" Because she had like done her hair like '80s style. He's like, "Doesn't she look like a blah blah blah?" I'm like, "Look, we're not doing this here." Yeah. So it was her aunt or her mom that was texting the other one, "Hey, call some police and have them come here." But they were late getting to the salon. The other two had already left because about a couple miles away on the other main road, a truck had tipped over, and they were busy responding to that. So by the time they came to the door, the other guy was already gone. Luckily, without me having to fight, because the guy was like taller than me, and I'm not exactly a fighter. I mean, I would have fought to the death if I had to, but I probably was going to lose. I would have, tried taking him with me, but it's like, we're not doing this unless we're going to do it all the way. I mean, hey, look, see, I'm actually there. That's St. Joseph over on Lake Michigan or Benton Harbor. I went there a couple years back to buy my salon chair here from Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace. I don't remember who this was. Unless it was Alicia again, but I don't remember. I don't know if that, I forget if, because I might be on a weird angle or something. I'm not. It doesn't look perfect to me right now. It looked great then, but again, I didn't get to do that a lot. I didn't get to hone my skills on that stuff. That might have been the first time I'd ever done that haircut on a person. Too much hair color and only trimming, and because again, I didn't talk people into getting haircuts, so I didn't do a lot. Here's one of my regulars. after COVID when she finally got to come in. This is the one that was letting me practice the silver. I don't know if this is... I don't think we were doing silver this day, but I was putting highlights in or lowlights. Yeah. So that was the after COVID. Oh. And then I bought a wheel because I was going to try to use that. Never really did get to use it. That might be my girlfriend in the chair that I had at the time. I'm not gonna click on that. It's just a few purple streaks, I guess. You know, I tried to get better, but, you know, just, again, I'm self-taught, so. So I taught myself. Oh, that's Alicia. I mean, I'm going to say this. These people liked what I did enough to keep coming back. So as hard as I am on myself about these results, no one can take that away from me. Here's a proof of that. This is Betty. She drove further than I did, passing by where I live, to go. Like she drove 40 miles, I drove 15. And she kept coming to see me. There's 3 different times at least that she came to see me. That was my girlfriend. I did her hair a couple of times. Freaking cat. The mannequin. I'm looking for the mannequin head. Yeah, see? Look, color, $20. Yeah, I'm really going to make it. Snoozing. I promise I will not cut your hair while you're sleeping. Now, if you were in my chair and you fell asleep, you'd at least not have to worry about me doing what I'm not authorized to do. I would like people. I would be like foiling their hair, and they'd be falling asleep, and then they'd wake up and be like, "I'm sorry," and I'm like, "What for? You're fine. I'm just putting foils in. I don't have scissors. You're okay." You know. And what's to be sorry? I don't use the word flattered a lot, but that you know that's I'm flattered. You know, I'm like, hey, you're comfortable enough, you're trusting me enough that you fell asleep while I'm doing your hair. You know, if there's any, that's a compliment. Or if you fell asleep while I'm doing a shampoo, or you know, yes, I did it. I don't know if that was my goal or not, but I have the power. Presto changeo, you will be asleep. Okay. This person brought their dogs to the salon. Looks like a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. Yeah. I kind of lived that a little bit, I mean, Tila was not as big as that Great Dane, and now having the Saint Bernard and the Golden Retriever that was bigger than her, you know, it's like I realized how small Tila was, but I mean, like my little dog and that bigger dog. But because he wasn't just a Chihuahua, he had some size to him. Oh yeah, and then I was over by the bridge, and Mister Seagull kept coming back. It's like, Steven, get off my car. It's like, I don't have anything for you. This is what I call my thinking spot. The day I took the test, I drove all the way up here to Port Huron and did not look at my phone to see whether or not I passed or failed until I got here and parked. And then I saw the best four-letter word I had ever seen in my life. Pass. It was not an F word. I keep forgetting that Marsha's also one of my clients. Is that her? Is this Marsha? Or is this Betty? No, this is Betty when we cut it shorter. Yeah. I think that's Betty. Yeah. Yeah, she let me cut it shorter, I think. The one that drives 40 miles. All right, we're looking for the mannequin picture. The mannequin picture. Come on now. There's my client books again. Early on, when I had that many pages full, before the store stopped selling this one, so I had to start going to Staples and getting the other ones. I was buying empty ones. At least the stores were still selling the pages, so I could use them to fill in the new books. Somebody did something here. Was it you? I don't know. This might be the same person, but I might not have gotten it after. I believe this was me taking a picture because I got us down to one U-boat. I currently have 4, but I'm allowed to have them now, so I can organize my stuff by areas, because I have to do all these counts 4 times a week, and I have to count different things on 2 of the days than I do the other 2 days. So we have it now where I'm the only one who's supposed to touch the stuff. See? Look. She's got a little bit of a smile there. She's not frowning. She's not stone-faced. She's cute. I mean, if I had to, I'd use a styrofoam head with no... Although, the one time I had a styrofoam face, I used markers and paint to change that. That white styrofoam face wasn't going to be staying that way. It had to have a smile, damn it. Okay. All right. Let me finish reading this. Blow dry, just do the, okay, on base. Yeah, okay. The first curl was on base, but stuck out, so that was going to be a figure 6. Second curl was also sticking out, but was half off base. Third curl, well, I had the third curl going just fine until I noticed that other hair was getting grabbed by the handle of the iron, and I lost control a bit. So I stopped trying to curl that one before the hair was burned. So I sectioned out a new curl instead of trying to redo that one, because you're not supposed to recurl hair right away like that, because you're going to burn it. And this time I made a decent curl, and I think I got the figure 8 in there. In other words, the way you roll it, if someone were to grab the curl with their two hands and split it and look at it, you would see a figure 8 pattern on the inside. Kind of like breaking a shredded wheat in half, and when you open it, you're seeing a figure 8. And that was that. I raised my hand and let the chips fall. I had 3 garbage bags. One marked trash, another marked soiled implements, and another marked soiled linens. About halfway through the test, I noticed that I was putting implements into the linens bags and vice versa. I don't know if I'm even supposed to have separate bags for those two, for sure. But it had me worried if they knew I was mixing them. I mean, maybe towels are considered implements too, and perhaps some schools don't even teach 3 bags. When I did mock board, I only used 2 bags. Implements and trash. So it had me concerned, but it was what it was. Then comes the most scary part of it. I've heard so many stories of how someone didn't put their trash bag in the right spot, or touched bags together, or somehow not packing up to go home the right way, and possibly failing because of it. Some sort of sanitation reason. But my classmates were telling me that they had got to come back from state board. They were telling me that they had put all 3 of their bags back into their Regency duffel bag and didn't fail, so that's what I was doing. I put my implements and linens bags into the duffel bag, and then came the decision. Do I put my trash bag in there? This is critical. They said they did, but is it right? Okay, I decided to go for it. I tried to squish it in there, but the other 2 bags had too much air. So I took it out and zipped up the duffel and walked out with a duffel bag and a trash bag in hand. But I was done. I had done the test. Those who have taken this test and are still yet to take this test may think I'm crazy, but I had a blast. I seriously thought that towel on the trash bag doomed me, but I was having fun. I had been taught how to do this stuff and had practiced it. I was just doing it in a different room, in a different place. I had one thought, though. I would love to do this again, but it would be nice if I don't have to come back because I failed this one. My plan was to leave there and drive up to Port Huron and sit by the bridge, and then check the website to see the results. I made a stop at a McDonald's to get something to drink and use the restroom. When I washed my hands, it was as if that half a bottle of hand sanitizer was being washed out of my skin. As I pulled in at the bridge, the ship American Courage was passing under. So it was time to check, and the website said pass. I passed. I really passed. On 8/19/14, I go for round 2. This time I sit in front of a computer and answer 100 multiple choice theory questions. I scheduled this one for 1 p.m. It was the earliest available date and time, but I took it because that gives me a heck of a lot more time to get there. And that will be the date. The date when I can say licensed. Just gotta do it. Thank you for reading. Love you all. And this used to be wishing you no tangles. Because no tangles in your hair. No tangles in your life. I'm a licensed cosmetologist. I can let it sink in now. I am a licensed cosmetologist. I had to blur out. I forgot to blur it out when I posted it to Facebook or whatever, so I had to change it and blur it out and all that. On Saturday, I went back to the testing building and took my theory test on the computer. I'll be honest and say I thought I was getting a bunch wrong. I don't know if I did or not because they only give you a score if you fail. But I passed, and right away was given this card. The paper license for hanging on walls by a station comes in the mail. But I have this. I thought my next step was already decided upon, but in honesty, I wasn't quite ready for it. Maybe I just have too many questions to answer before I take that leap. But after a few days of worrying over those questions, I am suddenly open again. I don't know where I'm going to be working. And for the first time in a long time, I'm happy about that. I can work anywhere. I have that card. It doesn't say that I am an expert. It doesn't say that I won't make mistakes. It does not say that I am done learning. To me, it means I've earned the right to continue to learn. There are classes I could not take without that card. There are stores I could not buy from without it. There are opportunities I cannot even consider without it. I'm on this side of the hurdles. I still have so much ahead to do, but I can now. This journal is about a 14-year journey, but it's not over. I intend to keep writing in here. It may not be the types of entries as before, but I would like to keep this going. The school part is over, but this is still a cosmetology journey. A journey to continue aboard the positive train. I posted to like my journal on the long hair forum, and I think I've got her on my Facebook too. But she commented, and looks like I did not see that until way too late. But hey, I inspired one person. The thing that I meant, reading this right now again, I didn't see it right away. Look at that. 7 years later, I found it. But yeah, if I can inspire one person, that's... And no, it's not too late. And no, I'm not done. I just, right now, with the way this country is, I can't do hair in public. You can't go to there's no place that's going to say no Democrats or Republicans allowed in here. You can't find a place like that. You might have a business that says no ice allowed, but that's about as far as it goes these days. But, but that's the problem. I can't be me in the current world without fear of being locked up or tortured or, I'm not gay. And no, I don't want to transform my body into a woman's body. I just wish I would have been born a woman. I am, and I don't like the fact that I'm now 50 years old and I can't work 3 jobs. I can't, I'm too... At the moment, I can't. I'm 300 pounds, okay? If I could get the damn weight off again, maybe. But, that's why I gotta soak my feet, get the damn sores off, But I'm not I don't look like this guy anymore. I don't look like this guy. I look old. I look tired. Now, people don't know I'm 50 when they guess my age, but... I don't know. I just, I'm not done yet. I just need the money. I need to be able to save up the money to at least get my own place so that people can come over, sit in my kitchen or my bathroom or set up an actual room to be a salon. The thing is having an actual licensed establishment as a salon in your home, the rules are that it has to have a bathroom and a separate entrance. You have to treat it like it's a separate building. So it's like, maybe I'll put my bedrooms in the basement if I had one, or, somehow I have to have my, a room that has if it was like my dad's house, it had a room on the back. People could come in the back door and be in the salon. That type of thing. Not coming right into the kitchen, but if I had a big laundry room, that would be one thing. If, it's, but there are rules on that. Some people don't even bother to get checked out for that. They just do hair from home. But if I was to do it, I'd want to do it right. I don't want to go back and do things wrong. I don't want to do things the wrong way anymore. I've had enough of cutting corners just for the sake of setting up. And it's like hair color house calls are too much of a pain in the ass. I have to haul a chair with me because their chairs are never I'm bigger, I'm taller than most stylists, so I need an up and down chair. I can't just settle for a kitchen chair. A lot of times the back of the chair goes up high, or and I certainly don't want them sitting on a wood chair for several hours while I'm doing their hair. Hell, it's hard enough for them to sit in my big padded cushion chairs. I got a lot of clients that have tailbone issues and stuff. All right, I'm going to go reheat this food and reheat my coffee so that I can eat these little cocktail weenie things, these cheddar sausages, while I do this game again. But like I say, I'm not done. The problem is the minute I say I'm doing hair, everybody wants the things I was doing. And everybody wants it right away. That's what happened last year in March when I thought I was trying to go get a job in a salon, and I thought I was going to get the job, and then that lady turned out to be an a-hole the next day, and I didn't keep that job. And I'm not talking about Great Clips, I'm talking about something else. I have an episode of this where I was building the salon that I was going to get a job at, and then I didn't get that job after all. Oh, Lord. So anyway, yeah. You know, the weird thing about it is I still think that my life is about to begin. That's the problem with me. I've never... Anytime I think that my life is over, the next day it's like, no, my life is about to begin, damn it. You know, when I left school the first time, and then I didn't have a job for 8 years, sat on my ass, did nothing, became the family bum, which is why, you know, there's no way for me to get over that and change his opinion of me. But I feel bad about it, but it's like I could not feel any urgency. It's like I'm sorry I'm not going and getting a job. I'm sorry I'm not, but I felt that whatever it was gonna come along. Something was I couldn't feel the rock bottom. Now, it's a good thing I don't drink, because I probably would have. But I mean, it took having to move and leave the childhood home to get the grocery store job that 4 years later led to that coworker coming up to me and saying, hey, you mentioned you went to beauty school. Would you like to come to my Arbonne products party? You know, the in-home, like a Tupperware party, but with beauty products. And I said no. And then I went home. And I thought about it. And Jennifer was not inviting me to come over and be embarrassed. Jennifer was asking a friend if they'd like to come over and support her trying to get a business going. And she cared enough to ask you. She was the first one that friended you on Facebook from the store. And despite what you think is going to happen at that party, or could happen, I had this image in my mind of a bunch of girls giggling and like, oh, you want to play with beauty products and smear them on my face, and which, looking back, like, hey, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I am here, but the next day I told her I will come, and just like a snap of a finger, waking me up out of a hypnotization, a trance, I started looking into my options of going back to school. It had been 12 years. What were the schools available? What were the schools available closer to where I lived? My school didn't exist anymore. And I was like, I posted to Facebook, look, I'm either going to tour Regency or Paul Mitchell or Michigan College of Beauty in Troy. And chances are, and they're all about the same distance. And chances are, whichever one I go to first, I'm going to sign up for because I'm too impulsive with that. It's the kid in the candy store thing. It's, oh yeah, you got the bells and whistles, sign me up. And that is exactly, I fell in love with Regency because after my experience with Virginia Farrell and working at the gear place, you know, the dirty old factory, the crappy building with paper towels, the grocery store was not even a new grocery store. It's like everywhere I've gone, it's been the same old building that's 20 years old or more. Just go to school and get through. You can worry about the other stuff later. This was not that place. It was a chain of 79 locations using professional products displayed on an actual retail shelf that handed you cards and pamphlets and door hanging, door knocker hangers and anything you wanted. They had a supply of it and gave you business cards to put your name on, and let people request you. You couldn't get a request at Virginia Farrell. If I were to have my mother come to the school, they could be dicks and say, nope, she walked in the door, the next available student gets to do her hair. So that everybody gets a turn. Which I like, because, I like that part at least. Everybody should get a turn. Not just the black people doing the black people's hair, and, So, yeah, that's always important. And that's one thing, if you're ever signing up for a cosmetology school, the first thing you should do is go there, just get like a hair wash and blow dry or something, or a manicure, or to test out the place to see, are other people going to get their hair done there? Because if they're not getting people showing up, you're going to be doing everything on a mannequin. You won't have the people experience. And doing hair is not doing your friend's hair. It's not high school where your friend comes over and you do each other's hair, and or you're sitting in high school and you offer to sit behind your other friend and you're braiding her hair, and that ain't it. Except on the days when, like I said, the last day of the 2-week period, when you've taken the test and you got the extra time at the end of the day, you get to do each other's hair. That type of thing. But that ain't every day. And you have to earn that. You have to actually go to school and show up and, And I think if you were using the school's color, you had to pay if it was a color that was not in the mannequin box or something, you had to pay $5 for the color or something, or I forget. I might be wrong about that, but yeah, there were. I don't think I had to pay, so I could be wrong about that, but anyway, no, you are not doing your friend's hair. You have to deal with strangers sitting in your chair and looking in the mirror at you, wearing a watch, looking at their watch, or in this time around, you could turn them away from a mirror. There's no clocks in that room, but now they can keep checking their phone. They can use the reverse thing on their phone to look in the mirror at you and them. There's no hiding. They are in your chair. They're expecting you to work fast. But the joke's on them because I don't have to work fast. I'm just there to learn, not be their next stylist that does a bomb job in only 10 minutes. You know, the good kind of bomb. Okay, we're still good on that. And they will eat you alive if you ain't ready for it. But that's why you need to do them in school. I wish I could just set up here, but I would have done it all along as soon as we moved to this house, and I was down here in this basement by myself. But first of all, it's not my house. I mean, even if at the very least I could have just had my longtime clients that were willing to travel 15 miles this way coming. But they'd have to be able to walk down the stairs. So there's always that consideration. Things would have been a lot cleaner had I set this up like that. I wouldn't have lived in this room in that condition. I mean, when I have the money, I do what I gotta do to get things neat and clean. Over the years, when I was at that salon, when I finally got some money, I started investing in things to store my stuff so it didn't look like a shithole the way it did in them earlier photographs. I was trying to put my stuff away. I bought myself a pantry cabinet for my suite. I wasn't going to be the way I was. I wasn't going to have all that crap. I only had a little room, and I didn't have... I mean, I think I could use one of the lockers in the back, but that wasn't the point. I don't want clutter. I just want to know where my stuff is when I need to grab it. And one part of that is keeping my services to a minimum so that I don't have to have every shade of every color of the rainbow at all times with additional tubes of it so that I can handle a walk-in or last minute without having to worry about, is the store open? It's like, hi, yes, I do color. Brown and blonde. If it's not a shade of brown or a shade of blonde, don't ask. Darkish brown is black, but, and then, you want chocolate color brown? You want red to it? You want blue to it? What color brown do you want? And then, we'll do the blondes, but within reason. I don't want to do purples. Unless I can use the purple that I like to use and not have to do more than one color. Because if we do more than one color, I can't retouch it. And I don't want to have to use the color removers. There's one that works really good, and I love using it, but it's basically special bleach. You're still bleaching somebody's hair with it. And if I already keep bleaching their hair to put the fancy colors in, the hair's gonna frickin' break off. I went to school to learn how to do hair cutting, not break people's hair off with bleach. And I really, really don't want to have to deal with LegalZoom again. Next time I go about getting an LLC or whatever, I'm gonna need to do it whatever the actual cheapest way is, because LegalZoom is nothing but a bunch of fees every time you have them, trying to close my salon. When I finally got through to them what I'm trying to do, I don't want to renew my account. I'm trying to close down. I don't want my LLC anymore. Well, okay, but you still have a registered agent to act as your legal service and all that, and Michigan requires it. And in order for us to tell them that stuff and do the paperwork for you, it's this $100 and that $120 and this thing, and overall it's going to be $900, and that's what I had to pay to end it all, just to legally be an independent stylist, so that I could be the salon owner as myself, and be protected. So if there's a way to do, get my own lawyer or something to do that stuff and file paperwork, that's not going to charge all that and always need their fee for everything, then I'll go back and do the LLC thing and become whatever I'm going to call myself. But I want to get the point, if I ever do it again, I want to get the point across that I'm cutting hair. I always wanted to be like trusted trimmer or something. I love to cut hair, but I don't want to chop it. I want to do good haircuts for those that want short hair, but I'm not going to talk you into it. You come back for your trim when you're ready, and whatever you think a trim is what you're going to get, or less, because I can always do more. I want no pressure on anybody, and that's what it was. I would color somebody's hair, and when it came time to, be done, I would say, okay, are we doing anything else today? And if they said, oh yeah, we're going to do a trim, or, then that became part of the conversation. Now, if they had hair down their back, and I just spent hours coloring it and foiling it, and now they're telling me they wanted it cut to their ears, I might have lost my cool. But it depends. I might have been like, oh, goody, I get to cut hair. But then again, I might have been, depending on how my life was going at the time, whether I could afford, all the extra foils or whatever. Well, the product is the main thing. Foils the ones I like to use were expensive, but the main thing is the product. When you're mixing up a whole extra bowl of product just because they've got long hair. And I didn't charge extra for long hair. It would have to be something where ahead of time I told them, look, can you pay some more, because I'm going to have to use extra bowls. But I was never really, if I'm in the middle of bleaching somebody's hair fully or whatever, and I gotta mix up another bowl of bleach, they didn't get charged extra. I was happy to be doing my job. Someone sat in my chair and gave me a chance, and I was happy for it. the money would come. If I could just get to do the job every day and get the word out and not have to drive so far to get there that I can't stay there the whole day. And then early on, it was always like my mom would be like, when are you coming home? Well, I'm trying not to come home right away. My mom was the type where she's not going to eat until I eat. Well, I had to get her to understand, look, Mom, I can't just come home. If I'm coming home early, it means I'm failing. I mean, it's not what I said to her, but that's what it was. I took my lumps, but that's what happened. I took my lumps. All right. While we're on the subject, I want to find out what the hair cutter person does, because I didn't get to see that yet. We have one now, so let's find out. So they're going to do their stuff over there. I'm going to do this over here. So what I wonder is, am I going to now be shampooing and then they go and get a haircut before the blow dry? I can only assume that I'm also able to cut the hair. Well, that lady sat down first, so she's the first customer. I wish I could have had the stand behind shampoo bowl. Oh, I have to hold the button down now. Okay, damn it. Either that or I forgot that I had to do that. Hey, this isn't my worker from across the street, is it? No, she's wearing a suit. Is anybody actually getting a haircut? Or do I have to get one of those other barber stations? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I didn't purchase the license for it. Who's next? Maybe now there'll be a separate kind of chair or something now that I did the license. Oh, wow. It actually changed the hair. That's different for one of these games. Oh, she's not happy. Okay, I didn't see... I didn't see the picture, so I probably used the wrong picture. Okay, now she's happy. Sorry, somebody go get her. Really, I turned her hair into that. Yeah, well, pretty average is still pretty. Just to blow dry. Yes, snip, snip. Snip, snip here, snip, snip there. Do, 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 do. Hey, look, it's the Emerald City. Oh, incoming. Yeah, well, that customer's across the street. They can handle it. We didn't quite make level 11. All right, is there anything I can do? Can I hire anybody else right now? Level 15. 20. 12 for another janitor. 21. Only one cashier. Okay. Damn the torpedoes, I'm gonna go in the hole. But I had a goal today to get at least one expansion, and we've got it. Hey, look, now we can watch them changing. Well, not really, but... I have the window unblocked. You animal! How dare you unblock the window? They wanted their privacy. I don't see any piracy. I don't need no doctor. What are you so? I'm so whatever. Really? Yeah. I'm so out of love. I'm all out of love. So lost without you. I know you were right, believing for so long. I'm all out of love. What am I without you? It can't be too late to say that I was so wrong. What are you thinking of? What are you thinking of? Ooh, what are you thinking of? I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. I know you were right, believing for so long. I'm not listening to it right now. I'm just saying it. I don't always have to have it playing. You memorize the words for real? Well, it's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, you're right. It is. It is what you were totally supposed to do. I used to get a kick out of it. I'd have like a teenager or a young kid in the chair. There'd be 80s songs playing, and I'd be like, oh, yes, and this is from when I was your age, and this is so-and-so, and this was playing when I remember when this was a new song, and we used to have it on the radio. There was no other way to hear it. Well, and then you could watch it on MTV, and they had videos, good videos. Even a bad video was still a good video because you had the video. If you were lucky enough to be home to watch it because you weren't in school, and you weren't one of those kids gonna get in trouble for skipping. I skipped school one time and stayed home, laying in my bed all day. And at the time, my oldest brother was still living at home, or well, he wasn't at home at the time, but they had moved him out of the basement and back into my room upstairs. And we had put the bunk beds back together, and I was on the top bunk. And I decided, damn the torpedoes, I'm tired of being good all the time, and I'm tired. I'm staying home in frickin' bed. And I did, and I was home to, that was before cell phones and texting, so when the phone call came from the school at like 4:30, whatever it was, to tell, I was there to answer it and hang up. Now, I don't know if anybody ever, my brother might have suspected that I was home. He was sitting there, and I just was like laying there quiet. I mean, at least some people, they'll skip school to do something important, but, fun, but I stayed home. I didn't go to Chicago. I didn't go to Wrigley Field. I didn't go to a parade. I didn't pretend I'm Abe Froman, the Sausage King. So I guess I did it wrong. I was never confronted about it by my mom or my stepdad, so either they knew and didn't say anything, or I got away with it. Maybe I'm dealing with the karma of that still. It's like, remember that one time, Rob, that you thought you were getting away with something and thought you were clever? Well, it turns out you're not as clever as you thought. We knew. Oh, okay. And now you know that we know. Yeah, I totally know. I know that you knew that I knew that you know. I dare you to tell my mom on me. Because if you have that power, I'd be thanking you. And I would want to know how you did it. I mean, to the point where she would actually tell me that somebody told her. Because if she can tell me that somebody told her, that would be an amazing gift. Life doesn't give those second chances, does it? Well, neither does death. We are talking about life or death here. Sims 4 life or death? No. Life and death? No, the grim reality. Oh, this is not supposed to be here. Yeah, realities can be kind of grim, can't they? Freaking comedies. Excuse me, ladies, I can't see. Okay, well, we got that. Yeah, we do. Sometimes I just like thinking about the Star Trek 2 when Scotty's holding the guy that was about to die after the attack, He's like, he stayed at his post when the trainees ran. And it's like this game here is like, ah, they're coming in, they're taking everything, run! Here they are, they're at their post, they're not going anywhere. They don't want to face the wrath of Khan in blue, wherever she went. Well, there's one. That must be the other one. Yep. I swear, it's kind of like, it feels like a Shining or something when she's walking back there, and then you look over here, and she's over here, and it's like, it's totally like Kubrick, like. The big hotel. Ooh, it's scary. The scary hotel. Great party. Oh, that is a different brand. Okay. Okay, this one's got sunblock. That one there in that container. And that one's in that container. Yeah, so this should be sunblock. Is there another one of them? Yeah. We got two of those. Or... yeah, those two there. These two are the same. That's right, I had to get 3 of these because they had that run on them. Okay, we're going to... put these over here. Might be a good place to put the jewelry things over here until we get more of them. I could even do a thing where like I turn a counter like that, like put one next to going that way behind that counter, or even put them here behind her type thing, like it's as if she's running the jewelry counter. You know, it's like when I got my suite and they had the promotional lady come in to try to get a picture and a video and an interview with me so they could put it on their Instagrams and all that. And it feels out of place because it's like they want me to like hold up my scissors and act like that, you know. And just something about that. It's like I'm not looking to chop everybody's hair. I want to do haircuts, but I'm not wanting to chop hair, you know? And it just makes me feel like I don't like that kind of vibe, attitude, whatever you want to call it. Like, that's why I wasn't gonna call my salon like Scissor Wizards or Shear Happy or, you know, any of that. You know, I don't want to hold up my shears like I'm ready to cut somebody's hair. Like, you know, it's not the same as when I'm wanting to get the point across that I want to be trusted with those things, to not cut too much. Instead of scissor happy, how about scissor careful? Hell, I should write that down. I like that. Scissor careful. Sheer care. Just, you know. I've got too much damn potential I got too much damn potential to waste it on doing hair services I don't want to do. To waste it on listening to other people treat me like that job is not important because of what you're doing right now, how you're living, when doing that job is the key to my damn success of doing anything. You know, all the damn struggles because I had to pay for a chair and everything just to do it, just to try to do it the way I needed to do it. But then being embarrassed by the place that I was working because, you know, an alcoholic coworker that's always everybody coming in there knowing her drama. You know, and having to expose the people I just met on Facebook to that kind of crap, and then having to be like, oh, you know, that's just what happens here. Sorry about that. You know, that's where I work. That's where I had to settle for working. It pisses me off because she was just about cleaning up her damn act when I got caught letting her stick around because she was turning it around. She had divorced the asshole that, once again, she was with another loser. This time she married him, and they were beating each other. But now she apparently found a sugar daddy that was helping her out, and she was actually paying me. She had actually paid me, and then it was the one that supposedly had money that didn't want to give me any damn money. And then I lost her because somebody reported her to state board that she didn't currently have her license, and as the owner, I had to pay the $2,000 fine. That was my settlement. I had to tell the guy, yeah, I was taking pity on her and trying to help her out. And, and I found out she didn't have the license, and I was going to try to get her to go get it. But apparently she's had so much trouble that somebody reported her, and too many losers in her damn life. And I'm not allowed to talk to her. Or at least these days I could talk to her, but I had to tell that guy at the time, yeah, I don't have any contact with her anymore. But, you know, it's just that's why I lost the place. You know, I was already going to struggle, and I was going back to the grocery store to at least try to pay the bills while I was trying to keep it going. But a week or so into that, you know, I come back to the salon, and she had cleaned all her stuff out, and I had overheard her talking to a client about how she was, you know, she was working as a receptionist at another salon, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe she's getting her act together and maybe she left, and okay, well, no more so-and-so drama. She's not my problem anymore, and I don't have to worry about her getting caught. No, she's gone because she got caught. And I got caught. And then I had to plead to the guy on the phone, you know, like I had to pick a choice. Do I want to just accept it and go for a settlement, or do I want to go in front of a judge? In which case, I'm still gonna lose, but could even lose more. Could even face jail time. Like, well, you know, to quote Star Trek again, I was not going to face the danger. I was not choosing the danger. Hell of a time to ask. Can you move, George? You always have weird timing, you know? Your timing is always not the best. Okay, we're going to take one of these and put them back over there because we're trying to get back down to one anyway. Here. Let's do that quickly and consolidate it. Wow, I got them all in here. Okay, I think this one's got less than that one, so let's fill this one. So, thank you to Jen and Potato and Freebird for being around earlier, and if you're still around. I was kind of. It was a nice surprise to have y'all here when I was starting to read all that stuff and, you know, going through all that earlier. It's not what I was supposed to do today, but it just. It's kind of like Yoda said in the third one. If into the memory banks you go, only pain will you find. Good memories, bad memories, but you open the can of worms. You went there. So, and I'm not gonna regret doing that, but it does. It lights fires in me that sometimes I can't do anything about, and other times I find a way to, God damn it, I'm gonna do what I'm trying to do, and if there's a way, I'm gonna do it. When I want that, I take it. Quoting over the top, but like he said to his son, Mike, the world meets nobody halfway. If you want it, you gotta take it. And then later on, the kid did the same to him when he was talking about how he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna be able to win. Okay, these are already lined up. So, what do we got to do here? Oh, they're not lined up with this one. Okay, these are the ones that need to change. Don't talk to strangers. That's the biggest hurdle, is having to get legitimate. It's like if I'm in a salon where I'm just an employee, well, then I can just do whatever. But if I go about it the way I was doing it before, where it's somebody who's not doing everything properly and not giving a crap whether we place our license at our station or not, and then later on me thinking that the owner didn't have a license for that place, because I found when I searched the state board, I found one for the place that they were originally, but not for the current location. So, It makes me not believe things that she said. Now, it doesn't matter. In the long run, once I put in to with the state board that I was taking over, it didn't matter whether there was a hair salon there, or an ice cream parlor, or a frickin', an undertaker could have worked there. It didn't matter because, as far as state board is concerned, I was taking over an empty building. And it was no longer a salon the minute that I said I'm taking over and opening a salon, and I was supposed to be closed. But because she ran the place without having contracts or anything, and just letting us set up shop, which worked for me until when I wanted the legal stuff, and I didn't realize that we weren't necessarily on the up and up, or at least that's what I'm thinking it was like, because as I say, I don't know if she had the proper license or insurance or any of that. She just basically collected her rent from everybody and kept the doors open, which would have been nice if I could have collected the money and kept the doors open and paid the landlord. He'd have just been happy. That's all. He didn't give a crap because of the crap he tried to pull with me the last time I talked to him. It's like, oh, I need you to just own it a little longer until this other girl can take over. She's gotta do something where she's got like 6 months before she can get the license or whatever, and and I'm like, I'm trying to work at a grocery store. I can't go out there anymore. Well, I need to, you need to help me out here so we can let you out of the thing, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, we're having this conversation while I'm at work in front of my. Now, thankfully, it was a coworker that I didn't care listening to it because, I'd already talked to him about all kinds of stuff, and I could talk to him. No complaints? Okay, this was the barbershop, though. Or salon. Okay, we had actual negative reviews. That's not good. Anyway. I'd love to set up from my own house, but I want to do it legitimately. I'm tired of being the, oh yeah, I do illegal house calls. Oh yeah, I do. Now, as a licensed stylist, it's not necessarily illegal, but as a student, that was not good. Hey, I'm dumb for even bringing that up because somebody could totally. I mean, at this point, I've with the way things have gone, if my dumb mouth is getting me in trouble, then I guess I'm in trouble. I don't know what we have, but we're gonna have to make do with it. Just sell it. Just sell it all, folks. Okay, give me a box of shoes, please. Ah, you took the box of shoes. Damn it. Oh, good. Those do say shoes on them. All right. Hold on. Can I get another, No, I have my limit. I can have 7. Yeah, because you're a foreman. All right. I mean, I could run a register. Lights on. I think it would be cool. I like having it like this, but maybe when I get that last piece, I'll turn them all so that they're like on angles, like a chevron pattern. So you can kind of look here and see kind of all of them doing their thing. That's like, I was talking earlier, my business name. I'm Purple Bubba of Positive Beauty. That's PB of PB. And if you got a PB with that, too late. Too bad. What's a PB? A problem. A problem. You won't be a pro with that blem? Too bad. Okay, so now that I've got some rearrangement done, now we can start thinking about another license. Because I achieved getting the whole rectangle portion of the store. Now it's all going back that way. What's next as far as licenses? I mean, any of these that I want to do. There's some jewelry, some more. This is all jewelry. Jewelry, and then a couple of hair products or beauty products. I kind of like this idea because I'd be putting a lot of the. I mean, I could put some more of the jewelry stuff out and actually set up a jewelry counter. It's either that or how many clothing items do I current... Okay, you didn't get stuck. Just want to make sure nobody is getting stuck. We currently have... We have 13 clothing items. 13 times 3, 39 displays currently. If we were to take one rack away from each, we'd be doing 26 displays of the current ones. We'd be freeing up 13. Split that in half. You could get 6 more items and then need to get 1 more. If you want everything to be on 2 racks, that would be 6 items possible. Well, before I'd have to buy another. So that's 3 shoes, 2 dresses. That's 1 clothing, 2 shoes, another gift set. So this is 2 of these displays, and then 2 clothing items. 1 shoe, 1 gift set, 1 clothing. This here is just products. I can't get that one yet, but that's a good one to get. This has 1 clothing item, a display item. I'm assuming the mug's gonna go on one of them makeup displays, like the mirrors and stuff. And so are the drink cups, I'm hoping. I'm hoping that's right. Sometimes we don't know what... Because until you get some items, you don't have the furniture to even look at. Rose dress, gift set, earrings, peep toes. So that's two regular shelves, one clothing, and 3 display items. I mean, you currently have room for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 8 each for the bags. I mean, if we had to, we could cut down to 6 each. This has 4 out of the 6 we could use. We could still move some of these up front. I still have this spot here to put some stuff, including more displays. Wow, and just like that, we're back up to 424. So if we are out of anything, we'll get it tomorrow. I mean, we're getting close on some of this stuff. Like, yeah, we're out of this. goes. That's right, today was Thursday. I got some money today. Let's see where we're sitting right now. Okay. Let's go back to there. Maybe. Well, we don't have to do that right now, but it's there. So I did pay that one, right? Okay, I don't have anything due right now, so I must have made a payment. Alright, and Hulu took their money. Oh, that's right, tomorrow it's probably on this one. I hope. Okay, well the Tigers at least got one game today, so they didn't get swept. What does that mean? Do I get to buy stuff cheaper? Is it cheaper if I buy a bunch at a time? Is that how that works? The sleeper must awaken. Okay, we're gonna... Let's aim for 70 to start with. I wish I wouldn't be able to remember things that I don't want to remember. At least not when I'm just like sitting relaxing and stuff. It's like good to remember when it can do me some good, but you know, like when I'm in the moment and I'm about to do the thing that I don't want to remember, like remind me not to do what I did that I messed up. But stop haunting me with it now when there's nothing I can do about it. Because all it's doing is haunting me. Haunting and taunting. Whatever, I do what I want. I stand on top of the jewelry. You gonna stop me? You stop me from standing on top of the jewelry? You think this case will break? Alright, I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. And then I'll be back. That's my plan anyway. Oh, Lordy. Get up. I'm trying. Try harder. I am trying harder. Trying hard now? Yes. Trying hard now. Gonna fly now. Getting up is so hard. When you're big, fat tub of lard. That's why emus don't fly. They're big. You know, they just don't fly. Emus, not emotes. That red lipstick over there needs refilling. We got any? Well, I can't order it right now if it is out. It might be that one. I mean, we did have that one that was like up high on the shelf and I couldn't reach it. That's probably it right there, but we're out of it. I gotta organize this room. Yep. I gotta figure out how to do what I need to do. Well, first of all, I don't even have my tripod for doing haircuts. And the chair that I have, neither of the chairs that I have would have held the thing that I threw out for holding mannequins on a chair. And I threw out all my mannequin clamps. So the first thing I need to do is get a mannequin tripod if I'm going to ever do mannequin hair in this room. I threw out my ring light because I never used it. I mean, the room does have a light when it comes on, when both of them come on. Where's the... It's over here. It's hiding over here. Just one of them things, though. I mean, I know, yeah, the haters are gonna hate. The idiots are gonna be idiots. I just gotta find a way to be me and not give a shit. It's easier said than done. It's easy for me to say I don't give a shit, but once they find out that you do give a shit, you know, you never give anybody that power over me. I can't, you know, you give them that power and they think that they can just keep doing their bullshit. Now, I could always turn comments off. You know, they can't say what they can't post. It's like, if you ain't live, you ain't gonna get to say nothing, I guess. But either you say it to my face and deal with the consequences of people, you know, moderating the chat, or you don't get to say it. But that's where I would do something like, the first thing I'd say is, okay, did you read the description where it says that before you watch this, you're supposed to watch the other video where I explain how I don't give a shit about what you say? And that if you are coming here, one, you're either too dumb to read the description and do what I told you to do, or two, what was number two going to be? I guess I'm the dumb one. Because I'm forgetting. Yeah, well, you're forgetful. Okay, we need to... This wig situation is still too dumb. Oh, they're on the last couple. Use the force. Use the force, Johnny. Sweep the leg. Oh, man. I think the last time that happened, I think we were in trouble. It's a good thing, but it's a good thing. That's overwhelming, I think. We're still good on that. High temperature minus 15, plus 30 on that. So, who knows? Okay, we got a little bit of money today to play with, so. All right. Now, one thing that I do have that I didn't have until I bought my suite is if I were to do hair cutting in here, is I have a vacuum cleaner in here, but I also have one of those eye vacs where if you sweep the hair towards it, you can suck it up into there. So the thing is, I'm in a room with carpet. So if I could somehow, I don't know, get like a big piece of paneling or something, and then maybe put like linoleum on one side so that I'd be standing on an actual floor. You know. That could be something. I mean, hell, even if I just had a big piece of cardboard that I glued tile to, you know, that if it had, you know, them the stick-on tiles. I mean, the paneling would be a little more. I mean, I might have to make it like a couple of sheets thick or something, because, you know, I am 300 pounds. Oh, it's a new day. Speaking of a new day, it's after midnight. However, because this is actually the second stream, because I originally I started a one stream like earlier than usual. I started at like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, whatever it was, and I was only going to be able to go until 1 o'clock. But hey, the internet cut out and stopped that stream, so I can go a little bit late with this one, at least until I'm tired and want to go to bed. I don't start work until 12:30 tomorrow, so yeah. Did they fill it? Yes, they did. They filled it nice. Let's get another one of those, because I will need one. It seems like 4 is pretty good for shoes. A good amount. You want to get this? Thank you. Have a boost. You're doing great. See? You don't. Well, it seems like they can, when they go to get trash, they can go get more without going and getting, enough, you know. So that's cool. You know, I just. I'm just somebody who wants to do what I'm supposed to do. And as much as I like having my channel and playing games, it's not exactly, you know, I'm not exactly turning into little Simsy here. And with all the F-bombs and everything, and, you know, the constant crashes and all the hullabaloo, and just, and I can't be kid friendly. You know, a lot of those other channels, they can maintain a little bit of family friendly, but you know, I ain't, it's not me, unfortunately. And for, you know, what kind of audience am I actually trying to get? Do I want just everybody watching, or specific people? Do I want them to always chat? You know, you know, it's funny because a lot of things that I turn on, like the train spotting or the plane spotting, it's like too many people are like experts in everything when they chat on those things. It's like, and there's rules like don't call out what plane that is. We've got somebody doing it. If we want your help, we'll ask for it. I just, you know. I mean, maybe if, well, no, because I don't. If I were to start out by saying Purple Bubba attempts to do this hairstyle, yet saying I'm a licensed hairstylist for over 10 years, I mean, technically now it's going on 12, even though I haven't done hair the last 2 years, really. You know, you've got 12 years of experience and you can't cut that hairstyle yet? What kind of experience you got? Picking up dog shit? Well, not recently. I've kind of been replaced with that in that department. Are you shitting me? No, I'm not shitting anyone. Not even Sherlock. That's why he's no shit Sherlock. Because I didn't shit him. And I shit you not. You have no worries for me to shit you. Because I shit you not. I wouldn't even shit a Shih Tzu. So Shih Tzu me. If you don't like that. There's too many of these things. Oh, that's right. There was the celebrity. That's why. That's why we're running out of things. Uh, well, we need a little bit of a comeback on the money, though. We're Liberty Coin. We're right on the money. Liberty Bippity. Yep. I wonder if Devil's buying any of these blue dresses. I know quite a few of them have tried them on. Quite a few of the ladies, anyway. Not necessarily the Devil. I don't have Prada shoes yet either, so... Imagine that, if the Devil was not only wearing Prada, but it was blue Prada. I don't know if Prada makes dresses or not, but if they make dresses, if it was a blue Prada dress. That would not only be a devil in a blue dress, but a Prada dress too. Will that be the real, actual devil and not just somebody being mean? Well, would they be eating eggs with paprika on them? I don't know. Me and coworker were talking the other day, how many customers used to come to the service counter and they would ask for the divined shrimp. It's like, well, I don't know. Are they really divine? What makes them divine? Did they were they farm raised in holy water? Oh, goody. It is the right one. And they all fit. But do they all fit here? Yeah, with one to spare. Oh, wait, you can go there. Hey, look, when you first walk in, you see we got makeup. We got lipsticks, and we're not just a dress and purse store. No need to get personal. We have personnel, too. Personality. We've got personality. Persnickety? Yeah, I got persnickety. As per what Snickety says, I've got persnickety. Well, maybe you should stop talking to persnickety. As per me. Okay, you're probably right. Almost. Ooh, we got a small box of something out here. More of those? Yeah. Um, let's see. Today at 7 is the next Piston game. And it's a must win in order to have the Sunday game. The Knicks have moved on. We're going to play, if we win, looks like either the Raptors or Cleveland. And then we'll get the winner of Knicks versus, or not, well, it's the winner of Philadelphia and Boston versus the Knicks. And then the winner of that we would get to face if we made it to the conference finals. So how long I keep my subscription to Hulu depends on when the Pistons finish their playoff run. with the latest being starting the week of June 3rd, I believe that says. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. It's funny, I went over there just to check, like, when the next Piston game was, and I was over there for how many minutes? I mean, on the other laptop. Oh, as far as, I think you posted, I think it was you that posted the car accident video or whatever. I'm not going to watch that because I don't watch those. Especially not after my own. I don't like it when the rail cameras likes to show that crap. You know, and they'll do it. They have the thing where they call it a grab bag, where they're showing some clips of, you know, these trains, and there was 3 trains here, and this train had an old boxcar from another company, an old company, and then these idiots drove onto the tracks, and these were the Darwins trying to beat the trains, and then this camera picked up a car accident. But you don't know what's in the damn thing or where it is, so it hits you out of nowhere. It's like, I don't want to watch that. I just want to see the damn trains. You know. And if I click on that, then YouTube's going to want to show me more. I wish there was a way to tell Facebook that I do not want to watch any videos involving tornadoes. But it keeps making it, you know, I turn on some camera that just happens to be like a weather camera or something, you know, or mentions that it's got weather, and next thing I know, they're storm chase videos. Like, I don't want to look at that. And then I got to go through the hassle of either saying don't recommend their channel or not interested, and then they still show more after that. And I hate when I accidentally scroll over one. Like right here, I'm scrolling here instead of over here, and I mouse over one. So then YouTube thinks I watched it. I wish they had a thing where you could go to your history and have a thing where it would ask you, it was like, you watched these. Which of these videos would you like us to base the recommendations on? Instead of trying to guess what I want to watch. I'm just saying I don't want to watch that. I'm not saying don't show it. I'm just saying I don't want to watch it. You know. I'm just letting you know that I'm trying not to click on that. I'm not saying I'm not saying take it down or anything. I'm just saying I'm sorry if you didn't get any reactions or anything out of me other than what I'm doing right now, because I can't watch those. I did a good job of that. It's going to be interesting to see when they go to do. I'm assuming it'll be this first chunk here and go that way just because we've been going this direction all along. Actually, no, we went this direction, but still, I think it'll be the first chunk behind the window here and go towards this wall. But it's hard to say because they went, well, yeah, they went this way and then over. Or they went back that way and over and then back that way. Or, you know, it's hard to say because they kind of went random. I forget. You know, they kind of went random with it. So, will we get the chunk by the window over there, or will we get the chunk by this window over here? Or will they fool me and go with a chunk right in the middle of all of it? And be like, ha ha, we gotta keep you on your toes. On my toes? Yeah. We'd like to know a little bit about you for our files. We'd like to learn to help you help yourself. Cuckoo-ca-choo. Cuckoo-ca-choo, Mrs. Robinson. Oh. Well, that's good news. Are you enjoying your visit? Everything okay in here? Are you learning something? You know, it's like I wish I had friends in the area. I wish I had. I mean, I got one when a few years back. I tried to start doing makeup, learning how to do You know, I bought a bunch of makeup, which is really expensive, to try to have enough to. You know, first you have to have all the disposable applicators and all that, because you can't be reusing stuff on people and but then, you know, to have like enough colors and shades and this and that and the other and but you know, I spent like $300 on getting prepared for that. And bought a big, tall, like suitcase style with a train case on top, and I had one person come to get their makeup done, and then I think that's when I was introduced to my girlfriend, and got, you know, started driving her around instead of concentrating on doing what I was doing. And I was still working for the grocery store at the time, but I was going to quit soon. Or I was trying to quit. But in order to do that, I had to expand my services. So I bought a wax warmer and all the hair removal stuff, and I had one of my trusted clients come in for that. And then somebody that I'd never seen before booked me for it. And because she sucked at explaining what she wanted with her damn eyebrows, I ended up taking one of them like half off. And that was the end of that. I'm like, I don't know why you're telling me to do this, but I did it. And that wasn't what she meant. It's no different than when that one asshole lady asked me for a smile cut. And then I even showed her a picture of how it's cut. You know, in the picture, there's a line drawing where the hair is being cut. It shows a line right by the lady's cheek in the picture. That's where it's going to get cut. Going on a curve. And she said, yeah, that's what I mean. And I did that to her. And then like a couple days later, I'm sitting by the water in Port Huron, like 100 miles away from the salon. 100 miles away from thinking about that, thinking I didn't do anything wrong. And what do I get? You totally screwed up my hair. I've been crying for 3 days. Blah, 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 blah. I just wanted a trim. You know, she just wanted a little U shape on the ends. Well, because she kept describing it, and I'm like trying to use pictures to, you know, and she says, yeah, like that. You know. That's why it's not working on your girlfriend in high school. Here it is, like, I don't know, probably like 10 to 8 years later, and you know, it just randomly pops in my mind. Oh yeah, there was that lady. You know. And talking about how, you know, you're lucky I don't have my big giant husband grab you and chop your ponytail off. Yeah, I had quite a few crazy ones. Quite a few. And then the ones that seem to be on something. You know, I try not to judge, but one, it's kind of obvious. Well, don't make it obvious. Of course, that was before the whole, before Michigan legalized marijuana. Now people go anywhere and smell like that shit, and can't say a damn thing about it. You know, it's like, it's okay, so you're an adult, you're doing an adult thing, I'm an adult, I should get over it. But you're doing that stuff around your kids, I got a problem with that. It's over here. It's not supposed to be over here. Yeah, well, what are you going to do with it while you're waiting? That's what I'm going to do about it. I want attention. Give me attention. I'm special. Are you happy now? I gave you some attention. So special. Got to have some of your attention. Give to me. 'Cause I got my ass in my pocket. That's talent, you know? If you got your ass in your pocket, that's some talent. I remember, you know, I was when I was working with my brother at the gear place. He was up on a ladder trying to plug something into the new extension cord gizmo thingy that was up there, or trying to pull it down because somebody. It was one of those like a pull cord kind that would roll back into the thing, and he was trying to pull it down or something. And he was up on the ladder, and the Beastie Boys came on with Brass Monkey, and I said, "Ass monkey," and he says, "What?" Oh, so you're the ass monkey, okay. A what says what? I'm sure you do have a lot of stuff. And they, you know, and they want more. They want me to put out more. It's been a while since I filled any of these. If I hurry, I can get back there. It's funny. There's this. Well, turns out she's not only working in a salon. She's got these videos on YouTube where you think she was a student talking to the other students, and then maybe it was from like back when she was in school. But then she also has things from her working in a salon. So it's like, is she showing what she's currently doing in the salon and then showing old videos from when she was talking to the students? Well, the other day she revealed that you know, hey, by the way, I'm the teacher, and I work in a salon. But it's, you know, what's funny about it is she's got, you know, like the voiceover thing, like, what I did today as a hairstylist. But instead of it saying hairstylist, it says a hairstylist. Is a hairstylist. Oh, goody! I don't have to work alone tomorrow. My whole entire shift, I'm not supposed to work alone unless she somehow wimps out and doesn't come. But saying that because you never know. But at the moment, I don't have to close by myself tomorrow. I don't have to do the closing half. I can just concentrate on my job. So I can get caught up on some of the stuff. I mean, assuming there's no oddball things for me to do tomorrow that I'm not expecting. No, there was a box back there with 2 of them in there. That was one of the nice things about Grocery Store Simulator and using those carts. Because they wouldn't touch the carts, I could just leave my boxes of open stuff on there near where it goes and just really quick go out there. Okay, they took some, throw it on there. They took some, throw it on there. And then throw the empty box on the floor for them to come grab. But I can't, if I put the box on the ground, they put it back on the shelf, which is nice. It's not, I mean, hey, they're doing their job at least, but it'd be nice if I could have a cart or something out here to make the decisions based on that. Have a cart with the problem is these different size boxes. You almost have to have a U-boat style cart so you can stack different size boxes on the cart. If it had some thinking to it where when you try to put another different size box on it, it automatically rearranges to have the biggest box on the bottom, as if you had done it that way. Y'all still like working here? Yeah? You're not getting worn down too much. I'm just checking in with you, right? Okay. I do care. Yeah. Y'all, good? Yeah? All right. Like I said, I'm trying to care. Y'all deserve to have me at least try to care. And that's why I went ahead and got the extra help. Because it matters. Unfortunately, the company is telling me that they won't hire anymore. The Shades Cosmetics company is telling me we're at our limit for hiring certain types of employees. We have our limit of self checkout people, which is kind of funny because the grocery store would have one for all of them 6 U-scans. And in some places have even more U-scans for just that one person. Okay, one more level and we can get the makeup room expanded. Okay, so this is 3 shoes and 2 dresses. I'd love to do that one, even if I have to make room for it. But, well, I said I had, if I took one away from each one, I would have room for, if I could do up to 6 dresses, giving them 2 spots each. But then I'd need to have all them displays for the heels. This is 1 clothing and 3 displays. This one here has 1 clothing, and then this is probably the display, and then these would be mixed between the other 2 types. These would be all shelves except for this one would end up on the makeup shelf with the other sunglasses. This one here looks like nothing but jewelry and products. This is 2 displays, 1 jewelry, 1 clothing, and then a couple of regular. These are more wigs. That's 7 more, which turns into 14 more displays based on what I've been doing, and 14 more shelves in the back for just wigs. But that would do it for wigs, unless there's 1 or 2 mixed in on here. This here would be 4 display items, 1 shelf, and 2 clothing. That's not a good one to do unless you're ready for it. 2 clothing, a tote bag, that's a display item, a jewelry, and a shoe. So a shoe and a tote bag, 2 clothing. I think this is the one I want. 1 display item. I don't know about the mug, but let's find out. Oh wow, the mugs go on a shelf? Okay, so 1 display item. Let's do this first. Uh, 20 gives you 160. 22 will put you right there where you want to be. No, 23. Alright, let's go get the ones that go on the display cabinet, because we got some of those. Or we can do these first. Did we open the thing yet? No, we didn't. That's good. So, customers ain't in our way? Nope. They ain't. Alright, where do we want to put these? Let's, for now, go get my empty. Yeah. I could put those out. Well, you don't need to be in a hurry to do that because there's no customers right now. You didn't make that mistake yet. Okay, so if I go over here and I pick this up, gotta remember to set prices for the new stuff. Why don't you do it now? Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Asshole. Oh, it's my fault. I put the wrong thing there. I didn't have more of... Well, no, I was trying to hurry up and use my empty box. She took my damn empty box. Damn it, George got in my way. Think, McFly, think. You know, what would happen if I handed in my homework with your handwriting on it? I think that was a gift set, wasn't it? A new gift set? I think this is the one she's got on her table out there. Alright, we need a shelf for those. I wasn't expecting that. You weren't expecting a cup that said Spanish Inquisition on it? No. Nobody expects that. Didn't realize I was going to be mugging the place either. It's getting a bit muggy. Looks like a sugar holder. Yeah, that is the one she's got on there. So we've got these two things now. And we got the lamp. And we probably have both of these if this is not a whole set. I think we got this here. But we don't have that bag or gumshoes yet. You don't got the ruby slippers? No, we don't have the ruby slippers. Give me my box back. There's plenty of other boxes for you. Leave mine alone. Look, these are still sitting here. Why are they still sitting here? Yeah, now you've got my damn box, and I... Oh, you got one of them. Well, that's fixable. You couldn't just come pick up that one off the floor? Okay, let's recount this. What do we... This thing here we need. So we need the shelf for it. Yeah. Oh boy. Now, did we put some out of everything? We got some of each of those out there. We put some of those out, even, and I accidentally bought too many. Well, no, you didn't buy. Yeah, you bought too many. So I bought too many. Yeah. One jewelry. They didn't go on this. They went on the other shelf. Alright. Attention, folks. We got new items for y'all. I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. And I'll be back in a few. But we'll let the game go while I'm doing that, because keeping it paused is pointless. As long as I got the thing saved, we're good. Ow.
damn, that water really got hot. Oh, man. Hope it didn't get too hot to dip my feet in. Of course, I'll have to just add some cold water if that's the case, but yeah, whatever. Oh, man.
Nope, we didn't quite get to level 100 yet. And nothing gets me down. We're tough. Toughest around. You know just how you feel. Can fall with the punches and get the words feel. I can see you standing here on my back against the wrecking machine. I'm the worst that you seen. Can't you see what I mean? I might as well jump. Oh, well, might as well jump. And jump. Go ahead and jump. Who took that? Baby, how you been? You won't know till you begin. See me standing here, I got my back against a wrecking machine. What's the word that you see? Can't you see what I mean? Might as well jump. Go ahead and jump. Jump. Go ahead and jump. Might as well. I mean, you could do other things, but you could jump. If you want to jump, if you can jump, you can jump. You know, might as well jump for my love. Oh, like that was the other song. Jump. I mean, you know, it's not necessary, but if you wanted to, you could subscribe. It's not necessary, but if you wanted to, you could like the video. But that's something for you to want to do. I'm not telling you you have to. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Letting go. Oh no. Little cry, just a little. And face piano in the dark. This is broken. No words are spoken, but your emotion. Bring me back to loving. Oh, caught up in the middle, I've cried just a little when I think I'm letting go. Oh no, caught up in the middle, I've cried just a little. He plays piano in the dark. This is broken. No words are spoken, but I from the door. I can feel your emotion pulling me back to loving. Oh, but up in the middle, I've tried just a little. Nothing but letting go. Oh no, give up on the riddle. I've cried just a little. I cried. I cried. But up in the middle, I've cried just a little. Nothing but letting go. Oh no, give up on the riddle. I've cried just a little. When he plays piano in the dark. Here I go again on my own. Days of my life. Oh yeah. You know what? Let's just go ahead and play another day without doing all the restocking stuff. While they're coming in, I'll order. Um, That's one display and one clothing, but I need to put all this stuff out. One, two, three, four jewelry cases and 2 shelves. That's too many different things. I gotta start making plans for trying to have more clothing. Okay, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to reload the game. Because it seems like it's getting a little slow here. Okay, we still got time. Okay, let's go start doing this. You can put a clothing rack there. I don't know what you did with the other one, but why are we missing a clothing rack? why are we missing a clothing rack? Oh, because I left this out here. Okay. Okay. Ah, sorry. Okay, well, what this means is I've got room out here for something. I mean, if I can do this, then I can move the other one out here. Um, goody two shoes, goody two shoes. Goody toot, goody toot. Are you a goody toot? Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, whoa. Dun, 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 dun. Don't you come see about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me your troubles and doubts. Everything inside and out. Strings to pull apart. The things that we were working on. And things will pull us apart. You have to find your heart, babe. You forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? Look my way or walk around me. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Don't you recognize me? Call my name or walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, oh. Dun, 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 dun. Don't you pretend if not you on me. Says the securities. Don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Okay, apart, put it back together, heart, baby. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk around, will you call my name? As you walk on by, will you call my name? Will you walk away? No. Will you walk away? Walk on by. Walk on. You call my name. I said la 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 cowboy. Well, that's because we restarted. Well, we didn't have as many customers, so we shouldn't need very much stuff. Because, I screwed it up by reloading, but... Let's get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Let's get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Oh, what I mean. Let's get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get in the physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Let's get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get in the physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. I remember when this was a new song and a new video. Get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get in the physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Let's get animal, animal. I wanna get animal. Let's get in the animal. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Yeah. Yes, I'm always under the weather. 'Cause everything is weather outside. Clear is weather. I've never been higher than whatever the airplane got me to. But I was still under weather. I went through clouds, but there was still weather over me. The only people who are not under the weather are the dang astronauts or cosmonauts or whatever that are off the planet. They get to be over the weather. Under the weather. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear your fine print speech there. That right there, that's what's wrong with society. One of the main, the fact that they get to have a commercial that goes, and you're supposed to be able to hear that. And then they can legally say, well, it was in the commercial. That's bullshit. How the hell? How the hell do we live in that kind of a society where that is acceptable? I mean, okay, they've got the fine print and they read it out to you, but you can't understand what the hell they said because they're legally allowed to speed it up. You know, I want to live in a society that says, okay, if you got to have a commercial that's got to have fine print speech, your disclaimer, well, you've got to slow it down. And if you have to pay extra for the commercial, so be it. Okay, so what license do I want? That's 2 clothing items. And that's 2. This is probably a good one because I only have to do 1 jewelry to start with. And then I can probably get away with, because I got a little bit of an odd number of new ones. Yeah. Let's do that one. Why is this thing not moving the time? Time was all we had until the day we said goodbye. I remember every moment of those endless summer nights. Time was all we had until the day we said goodbye. I remember every moment of those endless summer nights. How much I can say. Please don't go away. Don't you have together. With me tonight. Let's have some time. We surrender. Time was all we had until the day we said goodbye. I remember every moment of those endless summer nights. Remember Time was all we had until the day we said goodbye. I remember every moment. Alright. Working, slaving every day. Gotta get a break from the same old, same old. Need a chance just to get away. What I say, don't need nothing but a good time. How can I resist in looking for nothing but a good time? And it don't get better than this. Money went last night. I'm sorry for the shape I'm in. Working, slaving every day. Gotta get a break from the same old, same old. I need a chance just to get away. What I say, nothing but a good time. How can I resist? Ain't looking for nothing but a good time. And it don't get better than this. Oh man, take me away. Well, we're just about getting Mother Hubbard in there for some of these items. Y'all out here? Close enough. Oh, Lord. All right, here we go again. They're going to be buying 300 handbags a day now. Well, I'll fill up them extra ones for now instead of buying the new stuff. Did I buy that new? Did I buy that new stuff? Yes, we did. Damn it. Oh well, we'll just have to. One of these, two of these. 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 10. Huh. Let's see, so I go to work tomorrow, well, later today, and then I'm off again on Saturday. Hopefully my brother doesn't decide that suddenly that's the day that he's gonna come in here, and I'd prefer he does it on Sunday when I'm at work. I mean, he fixed the toilet, so the pump is working again, but he's still going to come in here and replace it. Just in case it got wore out and... Damn it. Give me that dress back. That's the new one. Or a new one. Gosh, this is almost like the Anne Shirley dress or something. It's got puffed sleeves. Marilla, it's got puffed sleeves. I need one with puffed sleeves. I want it. Thank you, Matthew, for buying it for me. Okay, what did we have that was new? Yeah, we got brown dress also. Let's put some of these out. Wow. Hey baby, I'm talking to you. Stop yourself and listen. Some things you can never use. Go ahead again. But he didn't let you win. Can't go on, just running away. You were standing longer. We will surely never get away. Whoa, whoa, anything you want, we can make it happen. Stand up and turn around. Never let them put us down. Never, 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 never run away. Over here. What you waiting for? Chance. Love. Let me know. Go. Go on. Just a running away. Staying longer. We will surely never get away. Oh, anything you want, we can make it happen. Stand up and turn around. Never let them shoot us down. Never, 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 never run away. Never, 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 never run away. Dun, 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 dun. You stop yourself and listen. Anything you can never choose. And you'll try, yeah. Go ahead again. Oh, we'll let you win. That's one love. Never to let it know. Go on, just a running away. If we're standing longer, we will surely never get away. Oh, oh, and never, well, never, go on, never, never. Okay, Johnny and Foreman, Johnny and George, you better both be on the spot here, 'cause they're coming for these, and they want 200 of them or more. And I expect you all to be helping me. Ooh, she looks cool. Not that the other ones don't. Here we go, and so it begins. Oh, she only took one. If you have not seen me play this before, or anybody else, when they tell you a certain product is popular for the day, or actually 3 days, you better have like 300 of them. Because they could buy up to that many, or maybe even more, if you have it. If you ain't got it, you're missing out. And they're just going to be complaining up a storm. And in the case of these, they're buying this many at a time. On more than one rack. I cannot keep up. I come back and that one I just filled was already empty. Throw the box. I need to order more right now. I want them now. Because they're going to keep coming and I won't be able to order more. These restockers are not helping me. There's only like one at a time helping out, and they're taking. And look at that. All them ones over there are empty. Now, once they stop coming in, we'll be okay. But I mean, the good news is I'm making money from this, but it's not, that's one of the nice things about this game is out of nowhere you get an unexpected challenge, and if you're not ready for it, I mean, I have all the restockers I'm going to get. So this is it. Either I'm doing my job or we're screwed. Next up, I'm going to have to go back and forth to the back room. Oh, we didn't have a wig. Okay, I see that. We're out of the wig. So there's still going to be people complaining about other stuff. So I won't know whether it was this or not. Because I have no idea how many I know I bought at least 300 of these, so last box out here. Oh, breakout. Was it Swing Out Sister? We ran out of toner. Are you waiting for the register? I hope. Good. What couldn't you find? Can you tell me again, please, ma'am? Are there people still shopping? Okay, yeah, you go do that. Ow. Oh man. Are they gone? Okay, there's a couple still checking out. But are they shopping? Okay, they're not in there. Anne's here. Right, Anne? You know, you're doing an awesome job. I haven't had a chance to really talk to you lately because with them changing how I choose things for you, it's not a daily thing for me anymore. I just... You're stuck doing whatever you had the night before, and I don't think to even change it anymore. Yeah, I don't know what they wanted because there's too many other things that were zero. Now I got even more things to scroll through here. We're still good. Guess what, handbag? You're giving me every dollar you're gonna give me. Wow, we still can't. But we can buy the makeup room. The hell? You're charging me for it? So somehow okay, so I have her hired, I just don't have the table. Because the table disappeared on me. Nine. Ten. Okay, we have about an hour left if I stay up that. Well, no, I'm not staying that late. It's already after 3. Okay, but we're going to check on this. Because this is not supposed to be happening. She's not showing up. This might be another glitch spot, I don't know. This is getting weird though. So this is glitched now. Let's try... I mean, if anybody's watching, you can see what's going on here. I had to hire and hire and hire, but they're not showing up. And that table is going away. And once again, the extra table disappeared. Well, let's try this differently. I've been watching you from so far across the floor now, baby. So many times before now, baby. See that look in your eye, and what it's telling me, you know that I'm not shy. That you picked up on my telepathy now, baby. Girl, I wanna shake you down. I can give you all the loving you need. Come on, let me take you down. We'll go all the way to heaven. Ooh, and to you. The way you feel inside. What can I do? Got your pride now, baby. Come to me, well, ease your mind, baby. With a remedy, yes I do. Maybe just a little time. Yeah, I'm gonna shake it down. I can give you all the loving you need. Come on, let me take you down. We'll go all the way to heaven. Girl, listen you. No, it's funny. Every time I get to feeling this way, I wish I had you near me. I want to reach and touch you. Can't stop thinking of things to do. Whisper in my ear, oh baby. You in my life, I wanna shake it down. I'll give you all the loving you need. Come on, let me take you down. We'll go all the way to heaven. Meeny, miny, mo. Come on, girl, let's start the show. Red and white or blue, I'm gonna rock your soul for you. Baby, it's a fire. I don't know. It's glitched. It's obvious that it's glitched. Alright, well, I'm just gonna let this day go because the clock's running. So maybe it'll fix itself tomorrow. Number 8675309. 8675309. For me. Okay, the table stayed here this time. Did they take another one away? Nope. Okay, let's try hiring her. But if I reload, will she appear? I don't see a fifth person. And the table disappeared again. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. It's just extra stuff anyway. Let them fix it. I'm not going to keep paying for it. Because now I'm down to 486. Of course, that's for paying the rent and all that. And the bank stuff. But okay. All right. Let's Uh, oops. Alright, well, this is where I'm going to save and quit. Because I got to get to bed. I didn't realize it was that close to 4 o'clock, but at least I don't... at least today, if I'm going to make that mistake, today I can still sleep. Because I don't have to get up until like 10 o'clock. So, we're still good. So, anyway, wrong thing. Thank you to Freebird and Potato and Jen for being around today. Not knowing they were going to show up, but and thanks to anybody who was watching a previous stream that got cut short when the internet cut out. And thank you to anybody who's watching this one, whether it's now or in the future. And hope everybody has a good night and a good day. Every day. And hope to see you all in the next one that you are able to make it to. Until then, bye-bye for now.